Vaše ekscelencije, poštovane koleginice i kolege, dame i gospodo, dobrodošli na regionalni forum mreže za liderstvo u jugoistočnoj Evropi za razvoj i integritet, poznate kao Seldi mreža. Već 5 godina Seldi je jedan od najvećih antikorupcijskih projekata na Zapadnom Balkanu koji iz svojih sredstava finansira Evropska unija, a pomažu i drugi partneri. Centar strane politike je deo ove mreže od 2018. godine i zajedno sa našim regionalnim partnerima već 5 godina sarađujemo u radu u borbi protiv korupcije, poboljšanju institucionalnih kapaciteta država za borbu protiv korupcije. Tokom ovih 5 godina objavili smo više publikacija, objavili smo više predloga javnih politika, organizovali više događaja i radionica u skoro svim zemljama Zapadnog Balkana i sami smo zaključili da nema vidljivog napretka u borbi protiv korupcije i prevenciji uopšte korupcije u zemljama Zapadnog Balkana, što mnogi izveštaji, što domaći, što međunarodni i pokazuju. Iako evropske integracije regiona traju gotovo već 2 decenije, korupcija i dalje prožima sve sfere društva našeg regiona, što dovodi do glavne boljke poznate kao zarobljena država. Od početka rada na ovom projektu 15 partnera organizacija koje čine mrežu Seldi pokušat će da daju odgovor na teška pitanja o reformi pravosudnog sistema, stanja demokratije, zarobljavanja medija i institucija, kao i u borbi sa sivom ekonomijom. Time ćemo se baviti ova 2 naredna dana na regionalnom forumu u Beogradu. Drago mi je što su sa nama predstavnici agencija za borbu protiv korupcije i javnih tužilaštava iz zemalja Zapadnog Balkana. Moram samo da izrazim jedno žaljenje da Agencija za sprečavanje korupcije Srbije i Republičko javno tužilaštvo nisu poslali svoje predstavnike na ovaj događaj. Sada bih dao reč gospodinu Aleksandru Kržalovskom, direktoru Makedonskog centra za međunarodnu saradnju, koja je vodeća organizacija na Seldi mreže i organizacija koja je administrirala sve Seldi projekte u proteklih 5 godina. Gospodine Kržalovski.
Thank you, Nemanja, and dear hosts from the Center for Contemporary Politics for hosting this event and preparing this nice atmosphere for this conference, dear ambassadors and from EU and US and representatives, dear colleagues on anti-corruption fight and friends. It's my pleasure to address you today and to present briefly Seldi network and give more space to our distinguished guests to open up the debate here. I'll just say a few debating points that might sparkle the debate. Well, the Seldi network, since its inception in 2001, with assistance from USA at that time, and especially with strong support from EU in the last decade, grew to be, I would say, gathering most prominent civil society organization in the Balkans that are fighting corruption. Currently, we have formally 13 members, but the network is much wider with associates and including anti-corruption agencies. What we did in the last decade especially is to develop monitoring tools for tackling corruption and identifying the most pressing issues to be tackled to fight corruption, with methodological and I would say even spiritual guidance from our Bulgarian partners from the Center for Study of Democracy, who basically developed most of these methods and are leading the network in providing tools for also European Union, US and other partners to see what is happening in this field in the Balkans. So what we have found out in this decade is that instead of slowing down, corruption is growing in most of the countries and is not abating, as we conclude in our last report. Only there are small, slight progresses in Serbia and Montenegro, but again, very small to topple down the level that was before reached in corruption. This is leading us to one maybe conclusion that the stalemate in EU accession process actually contributed to this. And we should maybe tackle this on today's debate. Because obviously the countries that started negotiations like Serbia and Montenegro at least managed to slow down the process of increased corruption, but all the others are actually going in a wrong direction. And that is maybe leading me to another maybe provocative issue that of some call it stabilocracy, that even EU and US partners are kind of tolerating maybe corrupted or a lot corrupted governments in order to keep stability of the countries, of the region, and securing geopolitical interests. But obviously, that is not helping much in the fight against corruption. And as one former US ambassador to Macedonia said, well, all this is good that you present in monitoring reports, but in my mandate as ambassador, nobody ended up in prison for corruption in Macedonia. And he was right at that time, and even by now, even we have many cases that deserve to end up like that. That is not happening much or not at all. So we are kind of on a limbo situation. Now some good incentive is that also Macedonia and Albania started negotiations, and maybe this will trigger things in the good direction, but I would say more support from our partners in the United States and EU is needed. I know that we need to do more and to actually turn over the tide, but as I said, also our politicians are not scared, I would say, a lot by internal politics. On the contrary, they are exploiting this and creating a vicious cycle of partocracy and drawing young people more to the party lines in order to get them even corrupted, I would say, as the only or the normal way in these days to have success in the country. The others who know better actually are leaving the country, and the last censuses are showing also one of the effects of corruption, that immigration or leaving our countries, our region, in all of our countries is growing, and I think that is another thing to tackle today. I would not go more on this. I think we have whole day for debating, and I'll leave the space for the other distinguished speakers to maybe tackle also these issues in their opening speech. Thank you.
Blagodaran Aleksandar. Evropske integracije su i dalje najveća pokretačka snaga u borbi protiv korupcije i kao takve dale su velike rezultate u nekim balkanskim zemljama, na prvom mjestu Rumuniji i Hrvatskoj, ali u zemljama Zapadnog Balkana nešto nam ne ide. Za 2 sedmice očekujemo izveštaj Evropske komisije o državama kandidatima i potencijalnim kandidatima, pa bi s tim u vezi reč dao njegovoj ekscelenciji gospodinu Emanuelu Žofreu, ambasadoru Evropske unije u Beogradu. Ambasadore, izvolite.
Well, thank you very much, dear Nemanja, dear Mr. Chalovsky, dear Christopher, and ladies and gentlemen. It's a pleasure for me to be here and to see so many representatives of governments, of independent bodies, of civil society, media, to discuss a topic which I think is of great interest to everyone, the fight against corruption, which is really a key issue for the EU, the enlargement, but mostly is a key issue for citizens, for business. When we do our regular polls on the interests of Serbian citizens for the European Union and where the areas where they would like to see more reforms, 50% of the respondents say that they want to see progress in the fight against corruption. It's the top issue, and I think this is probably true not only for Serbia, but for all the Western Balkan countries. Citizens are all aware that corruption destroys society, and once it becomes endemic, it's very difficult to eradicate. And now we are living in a very quickly changing context, challenging times. We see the Russian aggression against Ukraine, which is not only about attacking a country and committing crimes and violating international law, but is also spreading influence in our societies. So it's even more important for us to guarantee a stable legal environment, trustworthy institutions, transparent practices and procedures, fair and equal treatment for citizens and business, and of course, predictability. Foreign direct investment and economic and political trust rely on these basic principles. However, despite many reforms conducted so far in Serbia and elsewhere in the world, we see that the perception of the corruption by the Transparency International Corruption Perception Index shows that the global average remains largely unchanged. The last report of Transparency International last year shows that despite many commitments, 131 countries across the world have made no significant progress against corruption. And I should include Serbia in this list. In 2012, Serbia scored on this index was 39, which was below the global average of 43. And in 2021, last year, Serbia scored 38 out of 100 points. So a stagnation all in all. And a similar flat line trend can be seen in other metrics we use in this area. For example, when we look at the track record tables for processing high-level corruption cases, we show no significant improvement on how the judiciary is tackling these cases. And this means perhaps that despite efforts having gone into the topic, results are yet to be seen, and more importantly, felt by the citizens. However, what this analysis also shows is that there are ways of getting there, and more significantly, staying there. European Union member states routinely had the list of the country with the least amount of perceived corruption worldwide. So EU accession requires strong standards and assurances for the rule of law and the creation of an environment where citizens and business can have a stable and predictable legal framework. So there is a way forward, and certainly the enlargement and the convergence with EU standards is for us an important factor. Serbia has perhaps been a bit too timid in implementation of its anti-corruption strategies, but it can make a huge change if it focuses on well-defined priorities. Political and policy commitment is crucial to ensure that the rule of law is established and maintained. In Serbia, next year will mark a full decade since the adoption of the last national anti-corruption strategy, which covered the period 2013 to 2018. And the recent analysis done by the Agency for Prevention of Corruption and its impact show that it has not achieved the desired effect. Out of the 4 indicators of impact, the agency found that 3 have a negative trend over the past years, while 1 is neutral. So Serbia has been too timid in the implementation of the strategy, but also on the action plan for Chapter 23, interim benchmarks set out for these chapters, and Chapter 24, which are yet to be achieved. Now, how to do it, how to manage to get these benchmarks met that will translate into a better environment for citizens? We believe that we need to focus on these defined priorities that can lead to achieving the benchmarks, and in applying recommendations of international bodies that closely follow these areas. Now, there are also positive developments that we should not underestimate, and I want to mention particularly the adoption of the changes of the Constitution of Serbia this year that focusing on guarantee of independence for the judiciary, and which are in line with Greco and Venice Commission recommendations, which really mark a turning point. Serbia is now preparing a set of laws aiming at implementing this constitutional reform, and is working closely in adopting this law with the Council of Europe and with the support of the European Union that we gladly extend. So we're encouraging Serbia to adopt also a new national anti-corruption strategy with a credible and budgeted action plan, and to define clearly its priority in this area, in both prevention and repression of corruption. And we hope to see the effects of this changed constitution and legislation to trickle down to more cases. And we hope to see a stronger track record on this in other areas, including in the fight against organized crime. We also encourage Serbia to continue its engagement with the Greco and to implement all recommendations that came out of the 5th round of evaluation by this Council of Europe body. And I want to be crystal clear. This is done, and our engagement is because we want Serbia to be part of the European Union. And this is why we will continue supporting Serbia to combat corruption. We will continue to support Serbia and the whole region in these efforts. And one of the things that we think is valuable to continue doing is precisely to support civil society, such as this project that we're funding. And it's crucial to have a civil society organization able to exercise the monitoring and for ensuring consistency and transparency in the implementation of the law and building capacity regionally and the ground level. We also have designed rule of law facilities to support Chapter 23 and 24 for an overall amount of 18 million euros. Our focus will be on helping the government implementing the action plans under Chapter 23 and 24 and to achieve the interim benchmark. And we work with the Ministry of Justice for a budget support worth 30 million euros. And key indicators have been identified and now finalized, which are measurable and clear. These include implementation rates of the human resources strategy and IT strategy for the judiciary, and also the metrics of the Council of Europe Commission on the Efficiency of Justice, but also those on integrity of the judiciary and decrease of undue influence. The budget support, once signed, will help track these indicators in the next years and provide support and encouragement in all these areas. I want to conclude this short intervention by thanking again the organizers and everyone in civil society and in the institutions present here for their work on the fight against corruption. Thank you.
Hvala, gospodine ambasadore. Da međunarodni partneri ipak posmatraju situaciju na Zapadnom Balkanu pomno, govori slučaj s početka ove godine kada je Kancelarija za terorizam i finansijsko obavešteni rad Američkog ministarstva finansija objavila listu, proširenu listu sankcionisanih ljudi zbog korupcije na Zapadnom Balkanu. S tim u vezi dao bi reč ambasadoru Sjedinjenih Američkih Država, njegove ekscelenciji, gospodinu Christopheru Hillu. Ambasador, izvolite.
Okay. Hey, thank you very much. It is a great honor, really, to take part in this, the opening of this conference. And I want to thank all the members of the Southeast Europe Leadership for Development and Integrity Network for being here and for giving me an opportunity to discuss this very important set of issues. I also want to thank my good friend, Ambassador Geoffrey, for making just about every point that I plan to make to you, because there is a great similarity in how the United States and how the European Union pursue this. The difference is, of course, that what is absolutely critical for aspirant countries, countries that want to join the European Union, to follow the European rules and to follow European standards on such issues, especially issues of corruption. But I think what is most kind of worrisome in many respects is some of the information that Alexander gave us earlier, which is, to some extent, the fight against corruption is falling behind. That is, those engaged in corruption seem to sometimes work harder on their corruption than the people who oppose the corruption are able to do. So I'm here really to encourage those of you who have dedicated your careers, in some cases dedicated your lives, to the pursuit of doing something about corruption, of reducing it, perhaps even eliminating it. Ambassador Geoffrey made a very important point that if you look at the various transparency indexes around the world, Europe has done a very good job of dealing with this. Those who complain about excessive bureaucracy ought to think that sometimes bureaucracy is what is necessary to fight corruption. Just as when one goes to a bank, you may not like to have to fill out those forms. Those forms are necessary to guard against any kind of corruption. So it is indeed a struggle. There is no question. It is a struggle, I might add, in every country. No country is immune from this, if you will, pandemic of corruption. But I think the best thing to do and the best way to protect our democracies is to have an informed citizenry, a citizenry that really works every day on monitoring and calling out corruption. You know, some of the worst governments in the world have been created because they claimed they were fighting corruption. And so people supported them because they said they were fighting corruption. So sometimes corruption is used, anti-corruption is used not in a sincere way by various forces. So the citizenry, and especially civil society, needs to be prepared to deal with that and needs to be prepared really to continue what really will come down to a long struggle. Corruption in many countries, it's not a function of bad people versus good people. Corruption is often a function of weak institutions as opposed to good institutions. I learned very early on in my career when I was a Peace Corps volunteer auditing village banks, and I found that the village banks that did not have corruption were ones that had good bookkeeping. And the village banks with corruption were the ones with bad bookkeeping. So I think to a great extent, taking those kind of rudimentary institutions and then projecting that into the institutions that a sophisticated democracy needs, that is really the struggle, to make sure the judiciary is truly independent from political forces, to make sure that finances are open and that people can see what finances are, to make sure that in the context of a development of a city that you have a clear understanding of what the permit processes are in the city, what can be approved, what cannot be approved in terms of permitting of various land use. All of this can contribute to less corruption in the society. And if ignored, if people somehow think this is how land use needs to be addressed or budgetary accounts need to be addressed, if they ignore this, you can expect more corruption. It is truly a labor of realization that no democracy can be successful without a strong fight against corruption, without strong institutions, without strong and separate checks and balances in those institutions. And so it is truly going to be a struggle. But for those who feel that this is a losing struggle, I would emphasize the fact that as the countries of Southeastern Europe get closer to the standards in the European Union, and frankly the standards in my country as well, they will see that it is not a losing struggle. It can be a winning struggle. If courts do what they need to do, if people in bureaucracies are open about what their processes are, what their motivations are, why they say no to certain projects, why they say yes to certain projects, if civil society can hold people accountable, you'll see that the fight against corruption can be very successful. Fortunately, there are some very good organizations the National Endowment for Democracy in the United States, I think, has really fought hard on this issue. I'm very proud of the work that the U.S. Agency for International Development has done on this issue. And I'm also very proud that at the U.S. Embassy here in Belgrade, the fight against corruption is a fight that we are prepared to wage, and we're prepared to wage with projects and programs designed to help those of you who have engaged in, frankly, what is an epic struggle. But I want people especially to understand that as difficult as the days may be, and every long-term goal has many bad days, but as many bad days as there may be, overall, the arc of this will tend toward a less corrupt society. And it is for you to take renewed vigor from the support you have, and renewed vigor from the words of people who care about these issues, to understand that you are on the right side of history on this, you are on the right side of the angels, and you shall eventually succeed in this. So thank you very much for doing this conference. Alexander, thank you for reminding me of my time in Macedonia, where I guess you were just a small boy at the time, and even he has a gray beard, but there is a lot that goes right in these countries. Macedonia, North Macedonia is one of those countries where things are going right. I do believe Serbia is also a country that will head in the right direction. And so don't be discouraged. Simply understand it's a long struggle. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Ambassador. Samo bi kolegama iz medija rekao, ambasadori će u holu hotela dati izjave posle ovoga. Sada bih zamolio da vidimo da li imamo našeg keynote speakera, gospođu Anu Veziroglu iz Brisela. Ana? So this is Ana Veziroglu, Deputy Head of the Unit for the Western Balkan Policy and Regional Strategy in DigiNear in European Commission. So Ana, the floor is yours. Ove veze sa Briselom nam nešto nisu u redu.
Can you hear me now?
Yes. Now it's okay. Yeah. Now it's okay.
Okay. So, as I said, good morning also from me here in Brussels. It is a great pleasure to intervene at today's policy forum on behalf of the European Commission. And although I am actually unable to be with you today in Belgrade, I am glad I can join you virtually. And building on what has already been very eloquently said, I would like to zoom out a little bit and share with you our perspective from Brussels. For the European Commission, for the European Union as a whole, in fact, the support to good governance and the fight against corruption represent essential means to realize the very founding principles of the European project. As you know, these principles are enshrined in Article 2 of the Treaty of the European Union. I will name them for the sake of clarity: respect for human dignity, freedom, democracy, equality, rule of law, and the respect for human rights. And these principles are not just a declaration of intent, but must translate into policies, practices, behaviors that can bring these principles to life to the benefit of all European citizens and beyond. The fight against corruption means fighting a kind of, for a society and institutions that put the well-being of the citizens at the center, that act transparently and responsibly, that are accountable towards the public. Because corruption not only threatens the political and legal values we stand for as Europeans, It is also a structural, let's say, obstacle to economic growth, fair competition, a functioning market economy, adding somehow an unacceptable hidden cost for taxpayers and businesses. And also, corruption jeopardizes our security. Let's not forget. It facilitates organized crime. It allows criminals to buy information, buy people, buy power. And especially in times of great geopolitical uncertainty, such as the ones we're living in right now, it weakens the efficacy of national security and erodes the resilience against external threats. So for all these reasons, in the European Union, the fight against corruption, we believe in a society that strives to provide its citizens with the highest possible levels of well-being, socioeconomic fairness, security, democracy, and fundamental rights. And that is why the EU invests considerable resources and efforts in combating corruption, both within the European Union, but also beyond through the external action. So at EU level, very quickly to summarize, the European Commission is systematically monitoring anti-corruption measures in all European Union member states through the rule of law mechanism. There is also the European Public Prosecutor's Office, you're probably aware, I am sure, that can investigate and prosecute criminal offences affecting the budget of the European Union. And there is also the rule of law conditionality regulation, allowing the EU to withhold EU funding from its member states in case of serious violations of the rule of law. And in addition, the European Commission is also working with member states to ensure an as wide as possible ratification of key anti-corruption international legal instruments. Now, at the same time, the fight against corruption and the protection of human rights are cross-cutting and mutually reinforcing elements in our external action. So they figure prominently in key EU external action instruments like the Neighbourhood Development and International Cooperation Instrument and, of course, the Instrument for Pre-Accession Assistance. You're also aware probably of the European Union's Action Plan on Human Rights and Democracy. There, the prevention of and fight against corruption are prominent, and this demonstrates, in fact, that the EU has recognized that the consequences of corruption, the consequences of the corruption that have on the enjoyment of fundamental rights, or rather, the lack of it. Also, the European Union is a party to the United Nations, supports actively its universalization. And we aim also at mainstreaming the fight against corruption in other key sectors, such as public administration reform, for example, through Sigma, and public financial management. Now, specifically in the Western Balkans, the focus on these priorities has been considerably strengthened as part of the European Union integration process, the past decade, or even more, I would say. Recently, in 2018, not very recently, but still important, the Western Balkan strategy envisages a credible enlargement perspective to countries that, among other things, demonstrate tangible efforts and results in tackling corruption and conducting more effective financial investigations. In the same year, at the Sofia summit, the leaders of the EU member states and those of the Western Balkans recognize the fight against corruption and organized crime as essential for the region's transformation. A couple of years later, through the adoption of the revised enlargement methodology in February 22, we made some changes to the way the EU accession negotiations are structured, and all areas of acquis have now been grouped into 6 clusters, the first of which is called as everybody knows, or everybody as we know, at least in this room, the fundamentals cluster. It covers the rule of law, fundamental rights, democracy, public administration reform, socioeconomic stability. And again, the fight against corruption is explicitly an area under this fundamentals cluster. And considering the importance of this cluster, the fundamentals cluster is the first one to be opened and the last one to be closed in the accession negotiations. So also in terms of assistance, in the instrument for pre-accession assistance, which is the crucial tool mobilizing technical and financial resources, we support, of course, the capacity building and reform efforts undertaken by all Western Balkans partners, including in fighting corruption. And between 2014 and 2020, the EU provided around 140 million euro to its partners in the Western Balkans to support the prevention and repression of corruption and the fight against organized crime and money laundering. And it continues to do so under the new financial framework 2021 and 27. The EU supporting efforts to achieve an early alignment with EU legislation and standards, including Greco and Manival recommendations. We are also conducting, from DG NEAR, we're also conducting in the region peer review missions with a focus on the fight against corruption, organized crime, and money laundering. And at the same time, we're working with the OSCE to monitor trials of these crimes, to identify systemic issues hindering the effective prosecution. Good governance and prevention of corruption are also important considerations in the context of the economic and investment plan for the Western Balkans, as I mentioned above, also the economic consequences. The EIP, as you know, aims to boost regional development through mobilizing 9 million euro in grants, leveraging up to another 20 billion euro in investments. But distinguished panelists and dear participants, strengthening the rule of law by making institutions transparent, accountable, efficient is not only a requirement to move forward to the next stages of the EU integration process. It is first and foremost a duty towards our fellow citizens across the whole of the Western Balkans region. So your expertise and determination to address reforms and build institutions is much needed to help shape institutions, formulate laws, and establish practices that are strong enough to resist corruption. Much effort has been put in recent years to reform the relevant legal frameworks. Work, of course, remains to be done, as has been said before. But again, this alone is not enough. Reforms, particularly when it comes to issues of integrity and good governance, cannot be undertaken merely through external support. What is required above all is regional ownership and political will to take sometimes very difficult decisions and, of course, then implement and sustain. Dear representatives of the civil society, the attitudes and actions of society as a whole, civil society organizations, and individual citizens are quintessential to a democratic society based on the rule of law. They are key to ensuring accountability, acting as guardians of the commitments made at political level. So together with the media, civil society has a very important role to play in preventing and fighting corruption, from denouncing to monitoring public services, raising public awareness about the cost of corruption to taxpayers, for example. But they can be much more than that. They can be drivers to change, pushing for progress on much needed reforms and facilitating the cultural shift required to make societies intrinsically resilient to corruption. It is therefore clear that we cannot achieve good governance and integrity without the support of civil society, without your support. You must be part of a sustainable and long-term solution for these challenges. The European Commission, as you know, recognizes, of course, the role of civil society and has been supporting such efforts, also financially, mainly in three ways: in helping create a conducive environment for civil society to carry out its activities, strengthening cooperation between civil society organizations and public authorities, reinforcing the capacity and resilience of civil society organizations to carry out their activities. And this has been done notably through the civil society facility and media action programs across the years, where the total EU contribution for the Western Balkans, specifically since 2014, let's say, amounts to 388, almost 400 million euro. And one last word before I close on the cross-border nature of crime. As you know, corruption and illicit financial flows do not stop at borders. On the contrary, they exploit them in order to maximize gains and hide their trail. So our efforts to address cross-border problems must entail cross-border solutions. Which is why the work of the Seldi network is so important. And this is why we strongly support the Seldi network as a coalition of Southeastern European civil society organizations across 14 countries. So I would like to wholeheartedly congratulate you for your work. It is encouraging to see these great efforts that civil society continues to make to develop, implement, and monitor the impact of anti-corruption policies. The EU stands ready to continue to drive its anti-corruption policy forward in close collaboration with the civil society organizations of the region. So I wish you all panelists, participants, a productive discussion in today's policy forum and in tomorrow's regional workshop. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Anna. Thank you for your speech and your time. Thank you, ambassadors. I will ask my colleagues to prepare stage for the new panel, and we will go for a press conference.
I guess we will start in about 5 minutes, so I'm asking for panelists to prepare slowly and come to the stage, and hopefully the press conference will be over in that 5 minutes, so we can start. Okay, I think we can start. I'm too tall. Welcome again, and let us proceed with the first panel or first session of today's conference that will talk about geopolitics, state capture, and peak corruption, or how we titled our last report, "What is next for anti-corruption in Southeast Europe?" After the presentations and the opening speeches that we heard, let's talk about what we can do more to fight corruption in the Balkans. And for that, we have 5 panelists. I'm sorry that it is not very gender balanced, not at all. But probably that will change in the course of the day, and fight against corruption will improve also in the course of the day. So instead of introducing all now, I'll just give the floor to Ruslan Stefanov, the program director in the Center of for Study of Democracy in Bulgaria, and our Seldi Knowledge and Outreach Coordinator. And as I mentioned, if CSD is our methodological and spiritual guidance, Ruslan is probably our guru in the fight against corruption. So, Ruslan, the floor is yours.
Thanks, Alex. Well, I hope I can live up to that expectations. Certainly, I've been standing on the shoulders of giants at this network, and what I'm here to present today is our, I believe, 4th or 5th installment of the Regional Anti-Corruption Report, which I hope everyone would read cover to cover, in particular governments in the region, and of course our partners from mostly the European Union and the US, the so-called democratic or market economy community. It's a great pleasure to be here again, and I'll bore you with a presentation, which I hope I'll just not be showing, but maybe just a couple of slides so that you could get a feel of the enormous work that the Seldi network has been doing in terms of diagnosing corruption. I think we already heard from the previous panel that what the issues have been, and I don't know if there would be any. Oh, so because there you go, I can see it there. But let me just say that fundamentally, what Seldi has believed in is the policy triangulation process, which means we've always believed in working with the governments in the region, because it's first and foremost the local political ownership that has moved anti-corruption anywhere in the world. You know, if you look at the global success stories, and there are not that many, always you've had the local anti-corruption drive that has led. Yes, international partners have helped. Yes, civil society has been driving that agenda, but in the end of the day, it's always been reformist political leaders of the region, of the countries itself, that have taken this to the next level. And I have to say, just on the outset, that we've seen precious little leadership in that respect out there in the region of the Western Balkans, actually of the Balkans themselves. Because if you haven't noticed, we've had quite a lot of issues with corruption, anti-corruption in the EU itself. And that is why the Commission has launched a number of instruments that I believe will also be helpful for the Western Balkans, like the EU Anti-Corruption Report, the EU Rule of Law Report, a lot on disinformation, particularly strengthening the two pillars that I'm going to talk today, and also my colleagues later on are going to go into further depth. The illicit financial flows, which also Anna from DigiNear mentioned, which don't stop at the borders, and media capture, essentially the fourth estate, the independent checks and balances. So that is a critical issue, I have to say, you know, that we haven't seen, in particularly after 2016, we haven't seen much local political leadership in terms of anti-corruption in the region. And that is quintessential if we want to have a success. Where do I point this to? Nope. All right. Now, there are moments in history when there is a boost in terms of decision making, or when we can make a decision that changes the course of history. And that moment has been, in this moment, the war in Ukraine and the renewed promise of enlargement. Now, I think there's a lot of people in the region would say, well, we are already behind, we are past that. You know, there's been so many promises since 2003 that we can't really make it. But the question is, have we done something? You know, how can we help when help is officially at least not requested? Somehow the war in Ukraine has made very clear that this war is not just about what's happening on the ground, not just the grab of an independent country's territory, but it's also about two models. One is centralized state capture autocratic model, and the other one is the democratic model of decentralized reduction of power, both, and that's voluntary reduction of power, both within the political section, but also within the economy. So this is what we are looking at. And this defining moment, I have to say, hasn't been taken up quite so well in the region. Again, I mean, what we've seen is essentially countries hesitating which road to take, still hesitating. And that's really something that is a defining moment, because when you have at the top political level, when you have such hesitation as to which model actually you have to support, be it for political or for geopolitical or for whatever economic reasons, that means you're sending a signal straight top down. So no matter how many millions and hundreds of millions and billions we're spending to improve the capacity of organizations, institutions, laws, changes in constitutions, so on and so forth, if there's no political leadership and push for that to follow through, it's technically impossible that this will get through. And many people say, well, civil society could do more, you know, or the EU could do more to support civil society, and we could. And that's true. And we've been debating internally with all our board members and within civil society organizations from the region, what can we actually do when really a lot of the governments in the region, or a lot of the, actually not just the government, because government is a wider version. You know, in parliament you have a lot of political parties, and you don't seem to have leadership on anti-corruption. You don't seem to have a long-term commitment, because it's not an issue that will go in one or two moments. So that is a critical question that we need to resolve, how to engage back the governments, the political leaders from the region in that respect. What we've seen has been more or less, well, we believe it's a geopolitical moment that the European Union and the US should embrace the Western Balkans, which they have, and they've said, the political leaders of the European Union have said, not just the Western Balkans, but Ukraine, Moldova, Georgia, they belong to the EU, that's clearly so. But I think it will be a delusion if we think this is happening without any local leadership or without any local desire and clear long-term strategy to do that. So with that said, I'm going to go to a little bit more kind of fact-based presentation to show you what we found out, you know, and through our monitoring. First of all, the integrity of Western Balkan governments remains under serious stress or very questionable. On many, many counts. And as you know, rule of law is something that encompasses quite a lot of issues. But essentially, deep down, it boils down to the independence of the judiciary to prosecute corruption, the freedom of the media to expose and to go after corruption, and of course the work of civil society with, again, I underscore that, with the governments of the region. And what we've seen, as Alex and everybody else in the opening panel mentioned, we've seen a stalled momentum. If we've seen, and this is critical, because up until 2014, what Seldi found out between 2001 and 2014 is that corruption pressure in the region fell by 50%. That's by half. That's doable. So between 2001 and 2014. And ever since 2014 and 2016, we haven't had such a long-term, clear progress. On the contrary, what has been mentioned also by Ambassador Hill and by Ambassador Geoffrey, it has turned into a state capture, because when you design anti-corruption institutions are essentially repressive institutions. So if you design them in a way that are not accountable to citizens, they are a prime target for state capture and for turning the whole anti-corruption fight into an institution of repression. And yet, state capture, because of political correctness, isn't mentioned in any of the anti-corruption strategies, even of the judiciaries of the region. I mean, if I were in the judiciary of the countries of the region, and in the EU, by the way, again, I'm talking about also the wider region here, that would be worrisome. and we should be talking about that and mentioning that. Now, I think, I don't know, I'm already abusing my time to get that, but this is the bottom what we have. And what Seldi is measuring is corruption victimization or corruption pressure, which means people actually being asked for a bribe. So it's not perceptions that we're measuring like Transparency International, it's actual pressure of corruption. As you can see, 2021, the numbers are actually worse than they were in 2016, which is extremely worrisome, and which means we're going in the wrong direction altogether. But even if we think there are some statistical discrepancies, and my colleague Alexander could later on discuss with you, still it's clear that we're not going anywhere. And actually, if we see the level of informality in the region, which is quite high, and if we see, as my colleague later on will explain, the next panel on the illicit finance, that the flow of illicit funding in the region is twice higher than the world average, then we're in deep trouble. Then this means that most probably countries in the region are importing some state capture models, like, for example, I don't think that anyone should delude themselves that a 50 million pledge of investment from China or an ownership of the key energy assets by Russia in the region are something that will not change our internal governance models. Of course it will. And it does, and it has, even in Croatia. I mean, China has been able to silence some regional media, or Russia has been able to penetrate essentially all the media in the region, through also the parroting of the governments of the region. Now, this goes with the, can I get the next slide somehow? Nope. I still don't know what. That the state capture vulnerability is high, meaning that concentration of political and economic power, which is the business state capture pressure and the state capture enablers, are high in the region. And just for you to get an understanding, anything about 50, if you can combine those two, which means any country essentially in the Western Balkans has a very high vulnerability to state capture. And the state capture enablers are essentially the three pillars that I mentioned: the judiciary, the independent media, and the civil society. Now, I have another 7 or 8 slides, I believe, that I'm not going to go through because my time is up. But if we could go very quickly to the very last slide, and I can't use this clicker, I don't know why. Okay. Just this one on turning the tide. If we have to single out 2 areas where we could make a difference and where we should make a difference, these are illicit financial flows and media capture. This is where we could use the European Parliament drive, because there is an issue all over the world, especially after the 2 crises in 2008, the global financial crisis, and after that the COVID crisis, which has caused media space to shrink. And I believe today we're going to have quite interesting discussions on that. But also we need to focus on measuring effects on evidence-based anti-corruption policies. That's why I think it's important that Seldi continues its work on monitoring and evaluating what the actual effect of that has been. And we'll continue asking again and again anti-corruption agencies in the region to help us out. For example, we've been working very well with the Regional Anti-Corruption Initiative, but then with national anti-corruption authorities, this has been much more difficult. And I have to single out, unfortunately, the country that hosts us right now, as Nemanja already mentioned in the beginning. There has been a closing off. Working with civil society is not just ticking the box of inclusiveness, it's also protecting civil society, because they give you a different space, because they give you ideas, because they give you the possibility to change a model, because power corrupts. And it will do so no matter who is the leader or whoever changes. And it's both in business and in government. So we need to work with civil society. And we've seen civil society being vilified all around the region, but also in the EU, in Bulgaria, in Romania, in Hungary, and elsewhere. And of course, focus on outputs. That means actual impact and not so much on the inputs. I think the EU here has been very good in terms of creating change, creating capacities, but we need to focus on actually getting political engagement, and this is where I think civil society should focus next. And with that, I'd like to get the final slide, and thank you for that, and thanks for bearing with me for getting over the top.
Thank you, Ruslan. Yes, we do have time. I think we set this session until 12:40, so it's more than 1 hour, but still we have 4 panelists to go. So I'll ask them to limit their interventions to 5 to 6 minutes max. So we also leave some space for debate. And I'll call our colleague from Bosnia, Ismar Milak, project coordinator and media analyst in Zašto.net, our Seldi partner there, to take the floor.
I'm sorry. First of all, I wish to say hello to everyone, and I'm pleased and honored to take part in this panel. As Ruslan mentioned, the base of his speech was the hesitation and lack of political leadership in the Western Balkans countries to tackle the issues of corruption and everything that entails with this. So I will base my speech, my presentation on Bosnia as a country which actually is harboring all these influences from left and right, and they are now came to a point where the country is almost fully captured by corruption and by media incursions of foreign malign narratives. Bosnia is still at very early stages of fighting against corruption. We had political capture manifested through the pandemics of COVID-19, where we had a lot of, and I think the figures from Ruslan's presentation show that the state captures have risen in the past period due to COVID-19 pandemics, and also now the most recent war in Ukraine and the aggression committed there, which is also occupied Bosnian and polarized Bosnian media space. Regarding this, we still have a lot of issues to address. The lot of issues stemming from the Stabilization and Association Agreement from the EU, and also we have 14 recommendations made by the European Commission in order to enable candidacy of Bosnia and Herzegovina to the EU. This actually speaks a lot about lack of progress. Each topic by itself speaks a lot about lack of progress of Bosnian government by the state and media capture that is going on right now. So it all started with it didn't start with the pandemics, but the pandemics has worsened the numbers and the statistics of Bosnian state capture issues, with the most prominent cases of corruption coming from the top of the, for example, Federation government, the Republic of Srpska government, where the most prominent officials were involved in the corruption cases, which in turn has disabled other bodies tackling corruption to actually tackle this in a very efficient way. For example, right now we have a Prime Minister of Federation who is accused of misusing 10 million or 5 million euros, 10 million marks. He is actively going to the court proceedings while still heading the government in a technical mandate, or a caretaker's mandate, which is again a situation that evolved from the 4-year-old situation of lack of progress in some aspects. So I will briefly now touch on the media capture, as according to the Media Freedom Index of Reporters Without Borders. B&H has a very fragmented media space. We have almost 40 TV stations, close to 150 radio stations. We have 200 political magazines, and we have also several newspapers. This, of course, does not entail the plurality of media, as in Bosnia almost every single media is related to political party. Okay, there is ethnic divisions also and polarization regarding this issue, but the main affiliation of media in Bosnia is related to political parties. Conflict in Ukraine has definitely put additional strain on the situation and additionally polarized media and media reporting in Bosnia-Herzegovina, when one of our entities solely producing and carrying the Russian propaganda and malign narratives into a BNH media space, while the other side is also remained on the viewpoints of the West. So almost all elements of media capture are present in Bosnia-Herzegovina. Unfortunately, we have also public broadcasting systems which are owned by the entities who became the hubs for the Russian malign influence in Bosnia. They are reporting solely from the Russian point of view without any regard to the other media reporting. Also, they have established a reporting structure as one of the rare TV stations actually from here. They have a TV media structure in Ukraine which is reporting from, as they call it, independent republics of Donetsk and Luhansk. And right now, today and yesterday, we had reporting about the referendums in Bosnia and Herzegovina. So this is one side of the problem. The other side of the problem is related to the recommendations and the things we need to do, which are stemming from the Stabilization and Association Agreement. One of those things is BNH law on electronic communication and electronic media, who was drafted in 2016, but ever since it's been stalled and many times didn't pass the parliamentary procedures. In 2017, because of the disagreement and the same polarization by the politicians, in 2017, Communication Regulatory Agency attempted to create a database of websites, because this law would enhance the transparency of media and also reduce the hate speech. But the agency was prevented by another state agency called the Agency for Protection of Personal Data, who said that it is not in the best public interest to release the data on media. So we were not, we still did not hear the argumentation for this. Why is it important that, or why is it that public is not interested in the transparency and basic information about the media? As it has been reported, Bosnia has over 600 websites who are actively working today in this situation. And also, I would like to say something about actually the incursion of the foreign malign narratives into Bosnia, and I will be brief here and maybe stop. Maybe later I will say something about public feelings about certain countries and events. But so the differences and the divisions in Bosnia have been known since the 19th war. They have stalled the country's progress with corruption and with all these subjects and issues since actually the 19th. But in the past period, we have had some actually serious attempts to roll back all the progress that we achieved during the 2000s, and it was seen in one of the entities attempting to take over the authority from the country in many different areas, starting with security, with defense, with medicines, claiming that it's under the claim that this is all a return to original peace agreement of the Dayton Peace Agreement, which stipulates Annex 4 is actually the constitution of Bosnia-Herzegovina, and the politicians wanted to roll back this progress now, are claiming that they are simply returning to the Dayton Peace Agreement, while at the same time all the Dayton Peace Agreement allows under agreement that BNH creates additional institutions, ministries, take over certain authorities. BNH did take over certain authorities in security sectors and in the defense sector. It actually created, now we have one military in Bosnia and Herzegovina, divided in three corpses, but it's still one military. Security institutions have been largely enhanced up to 2005, 2006. That's actually the time when we have certain stalled progress regarding these issues. The institutions that were created in the BNH parliament and now are under attack actually enable Bosnia to gain membership in various international organizations, including creation of the state police, which is now the member of Egmont Group, which is a main financial investigation body that our country is participating. So to roll back all these reforms would actually mean that we would lose all these mechanisms that enabled us actually to start thinking about tackling corruption, enhancing security of our citizens, and maybe even reducing the polarization and ethnic divisions. Therefore, the malign, and since the war in Ukraine started, now the malign influence is also directed toward these subjects also. For example, Russia supports one of our entities in these endeavors that I just described. They support the disagreement also between Bosniaks and Croats in the federation, which is additionally then polarizing the complete political space in Bosnia. They support almost any subject that is decisive in Bosnia and dividing, actually, and additionally polarizing the people there. So we don't see that will stop. Also, they are going to
Ismar, if you can wrap up in 1 minute.
Yes, subjects like Srebrenica and also lots of ambiguities created there. I will just quickly now read actually the IRA, Republican Institute's survey that was conducted in Bosnia and Herzegovina. So I'll just be very brief. In 2016, when asked Bosnian citizens, when asked the question, which of these countries do you consider to be among most important political threats to your country? In 2020, 26% of Bosnians marked Russia as the most important threat, while 48% deemed Russia was not among the important threats. But in 2022, 41% marked Russia as the most important threat, followed by 46% who still didn't think this was the case. When the above stated results are broken down into ethnicities, 41% of BNH citizens who perceived Russia as threat, 60% were Bosniaks, 41% were Croats, and 6% were Serbs. In 2022, out of 25% who saw China as the biggest threat, 32% were Bosniak, 31% Croat, and 6% were Serbs. Regarding the media, the general opinion of citizens of Bosnia and Herzegovina is that the BNH media are overburdened with fake news, hate speech, and partial provision of information. So I touched before on this issue with BNH media being mostly related to the political parties. And I will stop here actually, so if anyone has a question regarding, it's a lot of topics and a lot of issues, so if anyone has a question later, I will be glad to answer.
Thank you, Ismar. I thought Macedonia is overflooded with media, but I see Bosnia has even more, and it's probably difficult to find who to trust in those stories. Before we go to the next speaker, it's getting hot on the stage. I don't know how is it in the room, but I would ask the hotel to increase a bit the air conditioning here. Maybe it's because of the topic, but let's see. And our next speaker is also in the media, Petar Vidov, editor-in-chief of Photograph from Zagreb. The floor is yours.
Hello, everyone. So it was interesting for me to hear in the initial remarks that Croatia has actually been making headway in the fight against corruption. So I would like to respond to that with an interesting statistic. A recent Eurobarometer survey published this summer found that 94% of Croatian citizens feel that corruption is widespread in Croatia, and 93% of business owners feel the same. I think we are by far the best in this in the European Union when it comes to citizens' perception. Now, of course, perception doesn't really have to be true, but what is most definitely true is that in the past 5 years we had more than a dozen government ministers either resign or being taken from their post due to corruption allegations. Earlier this year we had a case for the first time ever of a sitting minister actually being arrested due to corruption charges. In the past month, we had several cases, several arrests of prominent people in Croatia, most of them members of the ruling political party who were arrested on charges of misusing state money and European funds, obviously. Now, it's not really all that bleak. I mean, Croatia has had a phase where it really made headway in fight against corruption, but this was while we were still negotiating to join the EU. As a part of a negotiation process, some actions were undertaken that led to arrests and prosecution of a lot of people, including our former Prime Minister, Mr. Ivo Sanader. It has been about 12 years, I think, he was first arrested, and the trials which are being undertaken against him are still ongoing. And this is probably, at this time, the largest corruption problem in Croatia. The judiciary in our country is simply not up to the task of doing its business. We made headway with the independence of the police and the independence of the prosecutors, but the judiciary is still a sore spot when it comes to anti-corruption fight. In Croatia, cases tend to last 10 or more years. Very often they end up in no trial or a mistrial, or just taking so long that they are in the end that no case can be made against them because so many time has passed. We also definitely have a setback on other issues which are important when dealing with anti-corruption, such as the civil society has not been as active in these past years as it used to be, largely because the activists don't really have that much time for activism anymore, since they are funded by EU projects and similar grants. They spend a lot of their times on administrative tasks and not as much advocating for anti-corruption changes. Now, this sort of environment is obviously a breeding ground for corruption. And as we all probably know, I mean, corruption is not a means to itself, it's a tool, at least for those who want to influence societies. So, for example, when Russia wants to influence a society in Europe, probably the first thing they'll do is try to corrupt high-end government officials, because corrupt officials are susceptible to blackmail. And we see actually a lot of Russian presence in this way in Croatia in the past years. We see capture in the economic sector in Croatia with large sums of Russian capital. For example, an example I usually bring up is currently the #1 privately owned company, the wealthiest company in Croatia is a company that deals with Gazprom in supplying gas to Croatia. This business has generated so much capital that the on-paper owner of this company is now the wealthiest person in Croatia, and he owns a number of companies in transportation, in food production, in energy, and in several other important branches of the economy, allowing him for a lot of political influence. We also see other foreign actors entering entering Croatia as well. Ruslan mentioned the case of China, of a Chinese national company actually winning a public tender for building a bridge in Croatia, which they supposedly did a very good job of it, and the bridge was finished in time, and it works, and all of that. But it is an interesting case due to the fact that Croatian government basically did not have much option but to give the job to a Chinese company, because a Chinese company can give you a much better offer than anyone else, because they don't have to pay real price for construction materials, especially steel, resulting in their offer for the building of the bridge being almost 100 million euros cheaper than the next best offer. This is something that European companies can't follow. They can't match this kind of business dealing that the Chinese can. And even though this particular case does not seem to be an example of corruption, what it most definitely is important, because it is the first time that a Chinese company has actually gained access to EU funds on such a large scale, and it is no wonder they chose Croatia to enter the EU in such a way. Not only that there is a widespread perception of corruption and the judiciary is weak and that the civil society is not up to the task. We also have the case of Croatian media basically not being able to report on important issue because of their dependence on funds from people who do not actually want to fund independent media. They want to fund media they can control. So even though Croatia has been a member of the EU for 9 years now, it is still very much very much vulnerable to all sorts of corruption threats, and that doesn't seem to be changing in the near future. And to wrap it up quickly, the only thing I can say is that I do believe that Ruslan, the things that Ruslan has been pointing out are extremely right. So if you want to fight corruption, you need to have a strong civil society, you need to have an independent media, and you need to have a strong judiciary. Croatia, even though it is an EU member, certainly at this time does not have any of it.
Thank you, Petar, and also reminding us that the fight against corruption is not stopping with membership in EU, but hopefully the path there will bring us at least closer to this goal. And you reminded me with this perception thing of one Ruslan's message a long time ago, that if the real corruption that we are actually trying to measure with our Seldi reports is above 5%, then the perception is that everybody is corrupt. So you are way beyond probably those 5%, and it's terrible for the economy. But let's move on to my friend and colleague from Macedonia, Misha Popovic, from the Institute for Democracy, Societas Civilis, and head of their good governance sector or center. So to see what is happening in our country.
Okay. Thank you, Alexander. I'll focus on what to do next part of the question of the session. And typically, anti-corruption institutions, when they think about what to do next, they think about what they haven't done so far. So just to work on the backlog of things that need to be done. And typically, strategic thinking about institutional development of the anti-corruption ecosystem is rooted into scanning what are the present and the past issues, deficiencies that need to be solved. The problem here is that corrupt actors are always 3 steps ahead, and we are 6 steps behind them, and the idea is how to respond to emerging threats of corruption in terms of policy development, but also in terms of institutional development of the whole set of anti-corruption institutions, both on the so-called preventive side and the so-called repressive side. So the idea is that the reforms of the anti-corruption system need to be future-proofed, so as to avoid surprises, but also to avoid some biases that we import on topics that are now fancy or that are followed by incredible buzzwords, but they also import some corruption risks themselves. And here I'll first focus on digitalization. Digitalization is seen as the panacea, as the silver bullet in anti-corruption. If you digitize the processes and remove discretion, you remove in-person connections, then you'll solve corruption, which is really not the case, and especially it's not the case in high-level corruption, which is the biggest problem in Western Balkan societies. Of course, there are risks that we import with this kind of open, wholehearted introduction to some new technologies in the policy. Especially risks that we don't develop a sophisticated digital transformation in our societies, which then can be a backdoor for algorithms that provide actually means for corruption instead of solving corruption. But we also import with the digital transformation so much risks in terms of security that, for instance, Europol this year has warned that this new security exposures of public officials is one of the greatest challenges in digital transformation, because they offer opportunities for blackmailing and for other means to have leverage over public officials and then turn them into corrupt actors. But we also, with the digital transformation of everyday life, we import some new technologies where institutions are not ready to follow and prevent or repress corruption. We're talking about blockchain and cryptocurrencies, but we also can look into other blockchain technologies for which regional anti-corruption institutions, I mean the anti-corruption institutions of the region are really not prepared to follow and tackle. Future-proofing or foresight can also bring us to some emerging sectors. They are not really emerging sectors, but foresight analysis and scenario building can really pinpoint to the importance of some sectors that will be critical in the next phase. They are already part of the problem now with the energy crisis, but we see corrupt actors and networks of power moving into the environment procurements, connected with renewable energies, and we don't really have, we are not really applying for analytics and detection mechanisms to kind of follow this migration of organized crime and corrupt networks into these new markets. Foresight analysis also takes us to migration. as a problem, because in every scenario, in the favorable scenarios for the development of the Western Balkans, which favorable scenarios which also see progress and development within the European Union, we see pull effect from developed European countries for the most, for the best human capital of the Western Balkans moving abroad. And we need people to fight corruption. In the worst case scenarios, we see run effect. So we see people from the Western Balkans running to the countries of the European Union, and then again losing human capital. We don't have any strategy how to deal with the inevitable loss of human capital in the short run. And I'll just close with with the most important recent issue as a factor for the next 5 or 10 years, and that is the war in Ukraine. First, because in any case, how the conflict ends, there is going to be ample ground for the development of organized crime existing there, arms trafficking, drug trafficking, whatever you name it, it will have some trickle effects to the Western Balkans, and that's also going to be a factor. And lastly, what several other people mentioned before, stabilocracy is going to be a major factor for the policy development of anti-corruption in the Western Balkans. Why? Because it's essential to have everybody on board in the Western Balkan political elites. And there is a real danger that in the next 5 years at least, these political actors are going to exploit this dependency to be aligned with the West, to just deliver these costs to their own economies and to their own citizens. Thanks.
Thank you, Misha, also from moving from problems to maybe some solutions like digitalization, but also reminding on the upcoming challenges like fighting climate change and potential for corruption there with significantly increased funds for such projects and also the influence on the war in Ukraine. And now when we made a tour around the Balkans, we come back again to Serbia and our friends in our associated partner, European Policy Center, and Srđan Majstorović, chairman of the governing board, and the floor is yours, Srđan.
Thank you very much, Alexander, and welcome to all of you to Belgrade. Before I start, I have to say a big thank you to all the ladies, all the brave ladies who are doing their researches, who are doing their job, fighting corruption, because we're all males sitting here. The picture might be a bit distorting. So I wanna say thank you to all of you who are working in the public administration, in the civil society, and in fact, I'm here today trying to jump into the very high heels of my dear colleague Milena Lazarevic, who was supposed to be here, but unfortunately she had some other obligations, and I readily jumped in as a colleague. Now, listening to the stories from the region, I cannot escape but to return to Leo Tolstoy, who famously began his famous novel saying, "All happy families look alike, and those unhappy are obviously unhappy in their own ways." So when you listen to the stories from the region, you get the feeling that everybody has something that is a sort of a very heavy burden that we are having on our backs when we are speaking about the issues related to rule of law, functioning of democratic institutions, and fight against corruption. But let me start by saying, and my intervention is going to be a sort of a general wrap-up of everything that was said, because there is a very small amount of things that I can say would sound new. But let me start by reminding everybody in this room that corruption is a phenomenon that is not strange for almost all the countries in the region. And Ambassador Geoffrey was counting the Transparency International indexes, and it is obvious that we are not alone. The Western Balkan countries are not an exemption and have been identified in various researches as unfortunately as especially vulnerable when it comes to corruption. As the latest research published by Seldi has shown, the corruption pressure has risen in the Western Balkans since mid-2010s. This research has also shown that administrative corruption is a mass phenomenon in the region and that it should be regarded as a specific risk for the operation of public institutions. Seldi corruption measurement data reveals three key findings in the last 5 years. One is self-reported corruption victimization in the Western Balkan country that remains very high. Between 20 and 40% of citizens admit to having paid some kind of a bribe. Second, tolerance of corruption by general public, although in decline, is still high, ranging between 25 and 40%. And third, the overwhelming majority of the citizens in the Western Balkans, Balkan countries, are pessimistic about the prospect of the anti-corruption efforts. Now, we're living in a time of geopolitical uncertainty, and external actors have a role to play when it comes to corruption in countries of the region, as we heard from colleagues both from Croatia and Bosnia and Herzegovina. In some, this influence is wider than in others. And let me be clear, there are some positive influences which comes especially from the EU and the EU accession requirements which are being imposed on the candidate countries. And obviously there are interests of those who are, for different reasons, happy with the status quo in this region and not willing to contribute to fight the corruption in everyday activities. The European Union is one of the most important actors when it comes to the fight against corruption due to its potential transformative power. All 6 Western Balkan countries have membership in the EU as their strategic foreign policy goal. In order to join the EU, they need to fulfill high anti-corruption standards by successfully implementing anti-corruption policies in line with the EU acquis and other international standards. The EU's transformative power, unfortunately, used to be the main driver behind the reforms in the Western Balkans, not just in terms of the fight against corruption, but in other areas as well. However, having in mind the enlargement impasse in recent years, the EU's transformative power and its effect on the candidates has decreased as the prospect of the membership of these countries became uncertain. The lack of membership perspective and the enlargement impasse have opened the floor for other external actors to jump in and promote their own interests. We are witnessing ever-increasing Chinese influence in the region, which invest heavily in mining, in road and rail infrastructure, without caring for public procurement regulation, opens companies which emit pollution, and pays no attention to environmental concerns, even brings workers from underdeveloped countries without securing the basic human and workers' rights, health and social protection, etc. Research that we done in European Policy Center earlier this year shows that international bilateral agreements and special laws are often used in Serbia to avoid public procurement procedures, which is not in accordance with the EU practice and the EU acquis. Unfortunately, and for the sake of honesty in this room, these are not exclusively bilateral agreements with China, Russia. There are some EU member states who are also persistent in trying to get rather behind the EU acquis and use the international forms of bilateral agreements, which usually are not visible to the public, and this needs to be noted. Usually this is the case with the big infrastructural investments and the most expensive procurement. The fact that 17 out of 20 most valuable public procurements in 2020 were concluded on the basis of bilateral international agreements and therefore exempt from the application of the law on public procurement speaks in favor of this claim. Besides China, obviously Russian influence is also present in the Western Balkans, mainly through energy, arms export, but also increasing number of Russian media outlets which are used for Russian propaganda and promotion of Russian interest in the region. These media outlets are very active, unfortunately, in Serbia, even though they have been blocked in the most of the European countries. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to stress that different actors have different interests in Serbia and in the region. Some actors are more focused on the disruptive, or rather they behave disruptive in the political arena, and the others are more interested in economic relations, as in the case of that Petar was saying. But let me remind you that this economic interest can be oversimplified, and maybe it is economic at the first glance. But regardless of their origin and initial interests, these interests contribute to the same consequences. And these consequences are erosion of democratic institutions and procedures, increase informality practices in doing business, and corruption at the end. Unfortunately, the vicious circle is perpetuated by the lack of accountability within destroyed institutional framework and impunity due to a political influence on judiciary. And these are the aspects that in the future every government that wants to behave in an accountable way needs to pay a special attention. Alongside the corruption itself, there is another phenomenon identified in the Western Balkans that is a consequence of the systemic corruption, and this is a state capture that I think all of my four predecessors already mentions. I won't go into details, but I need to know that European Commission in 2018 did identify in its publication, Credible Enlargement Perspective, a clear elements of the state capture in the Western Balkans, Balkan countries. Since then, unfortunately, as Ruslan mentioned in his introduction, not much has been done to seriously address this issue. Nonetheless, and especially after Russian aggression in Ukraine, it seems that the EU has understood the importance of integrating the Western Balkans and fighting against corruption in this region. In the recent State of the Union address held by the European Commission's President, Ms. von der Leyen, she dedicated one part of the speech to this problem. President von der Leyen stated that corruption erodes trust in our institutions and announced a new set of measures to fight this problem at home, but in the candidate countries as well. The EU will raise standards and on offenses such as illicit enrichment, trafficking in influence, and abuse of power. The European Commission will also propose to include corruption in the human rights section regime, the new tool to protect European values abroad. This means for the Western Balkan countries that all of them and other candidate countries, obviously, there are not only Western Balkans at this stage, will need to put more effort into fighting against corruption and complying with the high anti-corruption standards and policies that the EU plans to set in motion. As the fight against corruption is just one part of the rule of law issue, and without securing a stable rule of law, membership in the EU is inconceivable. It is high time for the governments in the Western Balkans to address these issues with the utmost attention. This report, together with all the other reports being published from international and local civil society organizations, should not be read by the officials in our countries as a criticism due to the criticism itself. These are just measures that we researched, that we explained, and these are always open invitations for the serious and accountable politicians to join us in this conversation. And because we can do this only if we address the issues from the both sides, from the civil society, from the citizens' part, and the governments, obviously. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Sergeant, also for doing my job of wrapping up and summarizing what was said before. So I'll skip mainly that part, and I'm opening the floor. We still have half an hour for debate, so I hope there was much food for thoughts, and that many of you would like to address some of these issues that were discussed. I'm not seeing very well the audience with this spotlight, but whoever wants to ask a question or comment on whatever was said, my colleagues from the host organization and from MCAC will assist with microphones, and so let's hear what are the thoughts from the audience. Who wants to start? Don't worry, there are no government officials, as I was informed. You can speak freely. Anyone? Well, okay, finally on the last fellow, and maybe in the meantime, our speakers can think about maybe commenting each other after we hear this question, and maybe some others. Introduce yourself and pose the question or comment.
I'm not sure if it's working. Oh, it's working. My name is Goran Georgiev. I'm an analyst at the Center for the Study of Democracy in Sofia, Bulgaria, a colleague of Ruslan. I wanted to ask the panelists if they could talk a little bit more about the connection between corruption and the spread of disinformation. So how does corruption affect media space, and how does that lead to more disinformation or less, perhaps?
Thank you. Maybe 1-2 more questions before we get back to the panelists. Mr. Bertolini here, FC. Thank you.
Good morning. Nicola Bertolini, Head of Cooperation EU Delegation in Belgrade. I've been around for many years in the Western Balkans, and I'm doing programs and projects for anti-corruptions. You are around for some time. I was the one signing the first contract in Brussels almost 10 years ago. The situation is getting worse. So it means that we are doing worse, you are doing worse, politicians are doing worse, everybody is doing. So how can we revert this process? We saw that the only process towards the European Union is not enough. So you see in Croatia as well. So what else we can do? How can we, maybe you can tell us what you would like to do differently and what the European Commissions should do differently, because obviously we are not doing the best in this area. Thank you.
True, and that is one of the points of this conference, to see what next and what we can do differently and where we are actually getting wrong. Any maybe last question for this phase before we go into the answers? Not for now, as I can see, so I'll ask the panelists, whoever wants to tackle any of these 2 questions that were posed to respond. Misha?
Yeah. What to do differently? Well, I think that there's no problem in the European Commission. They were quite open themselves to develop tools to explore or analyze within the European Union, but also to help and facilitate analysis on corruption in the Western Balkans. The problem is in member states and in the general geopolitical era that we are living now. I think that there are some member states which see much more politically about some countries in the Western Balkans, and they do not necessarily think that they should be like the Netherlands, to be strict and harsh and just do not really enforce or put legitimacy on some corrupt actors. And we see very bad examples in the Western Balkans of the most wanted politicians and politicians which gain so much leverage from their ties with certain political forces within the European Union that are the biggest autocratic or corrupt actors in the Western Balkans. So I think this is a consequence of how European Union functions. It's not something that European Commission can do differently. But again, this should be tackled locally by civil society and independent media building resilience in the country. Of course, these are the two worst actors to build resilience because they don't have that much power. But in the given circumstances, helping civil society and independent media build local resilience can work. And it's just that the force on the other side is much stronger. Thanks.
Well, I'm not going to repeat what my dear colleague Misha said, because I fully agree, but I would not exempt from the accountability European Commission either. And I really enjoyed your public statements, Nicola, because you're always self-critical and you know where to look for the problems. And in that sense, I think within the European Commission there are some excellent, beautiful people like yourself who are dedicated to the transformative idea of the EU integration in general, not the EU enlargement, but the EU integration in general. But unfortunately, in the recent years, we are witnessing that sometimes the reports coming from Brussels are taking too much consideration of the geopolitical and political stability ideas and concepts, which are undermining the efforts of these excellent experts to call the right things with the right name, or to call the phenomenons with the right name. It's very difficult to explain to our citizens why, after 2018 and the notion that there is a state-captured phenomenon, especially in Serbia, and all the other influential and, how to put it, important indexes like Freedom House, like TI, like Bertelsmann Foundation, like Videm Institute, are saying that Serbia has a problem, and we do not see the same level of criticism in the reports of the European Commission. So I would say that we all share, we all share the level of responsibility for not calling the things with the right name. What the EU can do? Well, just do the right thing and call the things with the right name. Then the support for the EU reforms, especially in this country, which is at the historically low level, might be risen. The citizens might get the hope back that there is some sort of a supervision from outside which is taking care of the respect of the fundamental democratic values. Then they will see the EU with the hope in their eyes as a mechanisms to change society. Now, let me be clear here. Sometimes, especially in this country, my colleagues believe and friends believe that somebody will change the political system of Serbia from outside. It's not going to happen. This is up to us, the citizens of our respective countries. But in this environment, we need an ally, an independent, supranational revision of what's going on in our countries to say things are not going well. We respect your position with regards geopolitical stability of the region, security situation in the region, but we do not appreciate your way you do your democracy back home. We do not see that the rule of law is being implemented in the right way. And this leads us to the first question on corruption and the spread of misinformation. How can you expect not to have misinformation campaigns in an environment which is completely, media captured? I would say 98% of the media scene in Serbia is either related or very closely related to individuals and companies which are close to the ruling parties. This is one of the issues that needs to be clearly mentioned in the European Commission's report and examined. There are a lot of data on this, and that can be easily accessible. So in such environment where privatization of this media was sometimes done with my money, with money of our citizens, with the public money, we have a heavily corrupted, unfortunately, media scene as well. And that leads to a perfect environment where misinformation and fake news can thrive. Mind you, VDEM Institute from Stockholm, are they from Stockholm? They're from Sweden, I know that. Came up with a research 2 years ago where they marked Serbia as a source of misinformation. We are not just spreading misinformation, but we are becoming a source of misinformation. That's a problem. And as a pivotal country in the region, that needs to be understood properly, and it shouldn't be underestimated. There is a risk of spreading this kind of a model of governance to our region. I'm a member of the Balkans in Europe Policy Advisory Group that have published last year a research where President of Serbia is heading the top list of most influential foreign dignitaries in Bosnia and Herzegovina, in Montenegro, and in North Macedonia. So the model of the rule and the model of his authoritarian rule is becoming appealable to a lot of citizens in this region. And what is very wrong and what needs to be addressed in a very specific way is the fact that authoritarian rule, when it lasts for 10 years, becomes a part of the political culture. And then it is extremely difficult to deal with it for the next generation to come.
Yes, Sergeant. Yeah, we, at least the old people like us, remember the Tito times, so this Vučić behavior is appealing to some that remember the good times of before the end of Yugoslavia. And one small comment that relates maybe to what Mr. Bertolini said, and in this case will be familiar. It's how maybe European Commission or delegations are tolerant to some behaviors of our governments. Is, for example, we had a public administration reform, big overhaul is needed, because I also do believe we need radical solutions, not antibiotics, but surgeries. And there was this state reorganization project that Mr. Bertolini started, and it was supposed to overhaul the whole administration. But now even EU delegation is okay with just 3 pilot ministers to be checked out with that, not really making a deep reform in that. That is one of the small examples, maybe not related directly to corruption, but of a resistance of our governments to actually go in a courageous reforms that are needed. Petar wanted, and then Ruslan.
So regarding the question, what can be done better or what can be done differently? I believe Croatia is the first EU country to implement the European Prosecutor's Office, and this is something that we are already seeing results from. I believe this is actually the right track to control the spending of EU funds. But it is not enough. The local judiciaries need to be better at their job. They need to have more capacity. For example, like I said, public prosecutors in Croatia actually are more independent today than they used to be 10 or 15 years ago. But they're still heavily underfunded. They drive around in 15-year-old cars. They work in offices which are too small to house them. They don't have adequate equipment. A former state prosecutor in Croatia, in his yearly reports to the national parliament, listed regularly listed injuries his people sustained due to working in inadequate spaces. So even if politics decides to take their hands off the prosecutors, they can still very much undermine them by not giving them the funds they need to work. And also, additionally, what Sergeant said, I do believe that the European Commission should and could be more critical to national governments when such criticism is deserved. But in Croatia, there is a widespread perception that, you know, our ruling party, HDZ, is a member of the European People's Party political family. And since the European Commission has been run by the European People's Party for a long time now, there is the perception that they will not criticize them because they are one of their own. Because they even though they know they are corrupt, they prefer them than somebody else, because if somebody else from another party, supranational party, was in charge, then that would weaken the influence that the European People's Party has in Brussels. So I do believe that is also a problem. And when it comes to the question about corruption and disinformation, disinformation is a complicated problem, but this relationship is basically simple. So most disinformation is actually produced by some kind of interest groups, whether they be political, economical, advocacy groups. And then they are being further spread by people who are actually making money from it, so-called fake news producers who want to monetize this information. The poorer the country, the more people are going to produce disinformation and fake news. And poor countries are also places where corruption flourishes.
Thank you. Nicole, I always love your questions. It's, but this is part of why we are here, right? And I think we need to work, of course, continue to work hard and smart, both. And on the side of civil society, and of course, as I mentioned in the beginning, this triangle or triangulation of policy action. You know, we need to find those reformist-minded politicians that are interesting to put their skin in the game in anti-corruption, you know, in each and every country. And of course, we need to get our international partners interested into these issues. Now, right now, of course, if you anywhere you go, and I'm heading to Washington and then Brussels in the next couple of weeks, and what I hear is everybody's not interested in anti-corruption. They're mostly interested into energy, prices, and how we're going to get through winter, which means they're interested in democracy that delivers. You know, essentially, we need to go back and celebrate some of the fantastic results that we've achieved so far, but at the same time manage expectations. What do I mean? I mean, nobody told us that corruption, you know, nobody knows actually corruption is, you know, you could actually deal with endemic corruption in 20 or 30 years. It actually takes longer. I mean, if you look at the historical precedents, the US dealt with endemic corruption for over 50 years before it was considered, you know, at an acceptable level for public institutions to function. And then it continued another 50 years and more to actually root out pockets of capital that created those links. This is what we're facing. I mean, we've had many years of that endemic corruption. So we should manage expectations. I mean, we shouldn't be expecting that things could happen in 5, 10 years. But then again, I mean, we should practice tough love. And I think this is where political leaders in the EU need to learn a lot and upgrade their game if the EU is going to become a geopolitical player, or the Commission is going to become a geopolitical player. At least that's what the Commission says. Because the EU is awfully under or unprepared to do that. We practically cannot, for the time being. I mean, if we look at the anti-corruption performance in the region, the Western Balkans, since 2016, we've underperformed. And I think the reason for that is not because of the bureaucracy, because the EU has kept spending a lot of money, and for the good. I think we've created a lot of capable prosecutors, a lot of capable journalists, a lot of capable investigative people, a lot of people that are sticking out their heads, blowing the whistles and so on and so forth. But we failed politically. We failed geopolitically. And that's where we're also losing I was in Skopje and in particularly in Sarajevo and in Podgorica, people say, we're losing the emotional, the battle for the hearts and minds. You got Serbia less than 50%, as far as I understand, people supporting EU integration, which is really odd, because what I see is there's been a lot of investment from the EU coming to Serbia, and all for the good. And somehow, coming to that myth about Tito's Yugoslavia somehow being a great place to live, well, it was, because it was actually freer and with more competition and private sector participation than the Soviet system. Because Bulgaria and Romania were in the Soviet system, and it wasn't that good. And the reason it wasn't that good was that it was more centralized, more corrupt, and essentially, so it was not the geopolitical genius of the Titos or Vučićs of the day, but it was, in the end of the day, also the system itself. But we need to recognize also real politics. As everybody was saying, we need to work, in a civil society, we need to work with the political parties in Brussels, and that's not easy. There are all sorts of but also with political parties here. We need to engage with institutions. I always truly believe that there is somebody out there that wants to change corruption. Nobody likes fighting corruption because it's shooting yourself in the leg. We're asking those people in power that they actually give away power, so they devolve their power. But at the same time, nobody likes corruption too. No one wants to be a victim of corruption. No, everybody hates it. So there is genuine public concern out there. So I think continuing what we do best, which is monitoring and advocacy, but also changing a little bit the perspective. So engaging with more and more actors politically speaking. Political actors, both locally. That means more legwork on our side, and it's already taking a lot of time. But also, I should say, on the side of the European Commission, don't lose faith in civil society. Some of the best discussions we've had is where we sit, Commission and civil society, and discuss what the future holds, what else can we do. And I'm certain, at least seeing, I think, one of the fallouts of the war in Ukraine has been a wake-up call to that we're not in the end of history, that we still will have, and always will have autocracies. We'll always have people that will strive for more power and try to convince us through corruption, intimidation, and disinformation and propaganda that it's actually better that way. But in the end of the day, we also thought war is not possible until the very day that it happened, and it still is possible. So we need to also reverse a lot of that complacency that we've had since the Cold War, peace dividend, and kind of get back to the drawing board. Thank you.
Thank you, Ruslan, and I think this was kind of a good closure of this session, though we still have some 5-6 minutes. If there is one more pressing question or issue.
If I may add just one thing, we spoke a lot about the responsibility of civil society here, and the colleagues, they did a great job in explaining. I would just like to add here one information that I think it's official actually. 70% of all employed in Bosnia and Herzegovina, and I think it's a little bit more or less with all the countries, are employed in the public sector. There is a great deal of opportunities for different capture of people, of opinions by the ruling parties, and I think this proportion is also speaking a lot about the inability of our societies to tackle corruption in a more fast manner and in better coordination and everything. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Ismar. And yeah, I think as I don't see any more raised hands, maybe one? Okay, last one goes to you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. It's been a very interesting discussion. Reni Trajkova from the Basel Institute, based in Sofia, Bulgaria. I think the question I would like to raise, or just a comment to make, is that change happens either from the top or from the bottom, or something that is in between. And what we discussed so far is the change from the top, the political will. My question is more, what kind of demand, if we're talking about changing the way we work in the anti-corruption field, is there anything that we can do to change the demand, sort of the unacceptance, because we talked about disinformation, and disinformation is also creating this complacency, apathy, people at the bottom believing that there is no possibility for change. Everything is captured, so what's the point of even continuing? We're also seeing that in many cases, people kind of like, at the local level, of corruption. Maybe they don't like high-level corruption, but they enjoy being level, but they enjoy being able to get out of paying a fine, for example, etc. Things like that. So we actually see some complacency. People like it, and how do we change that perception? And disinformation is not helping on this. So what do we do? How do we communicate better what corruption does at the everyday level, so that people do not accept it and create a demand, and then the demand pushes politicians to change the course? Thank you.
Thank you, Reni. And I'll ask only one of the panelists to respond, especially on the first question, while I'm responding to the second one, as I think make the corruption not worthy or punishable, because I think it's impunity that is widespread in our countries now is not only on the high level, but also on the low level, that everybody still, and digitalization, as you said, if I drive in Italy and I overstep the limit, I get in Skopje punishment payment order, and it's automatic, so I can't complain anywhere in Italy, but in Balkans I can ring some phones and get rid of some payment. So if we make it automatic or punishable to a much bigger extent than it is now, then people will start worrying not to do that. And maybe who wants to respond on the first? Ruslan?
I'm going to abuse that, sorry, because I just forgot. It also links to something I forgot to say about Nicola. We need to re-engage and engage directly with citizens, because this is the way it'll have to work. And of course, not just punishment, but also showing the reverse side. When you do that, people die on the roads. That's why we have some of the highest death tolls in the Balkans, not just bad roads, it's also because people evade traffic fines. And just one final remark on that. I think we need to strengthen our ways of working directly with the citizens in the region, and of course deal with other state capture mastodons like the social media networks when we go to disinformation. I think, again, the European Commission is a great ally in that, but in our countries locally, we need to also kind of push hard against them, because the monitoring of the social media space has been very, very much substandard and really poisoning the hearts and minds of everyone in the region. Thank you.
And with that, I think we're closing this session, and I invite you for a lunch of 1 hour to continue these discussions in a more informal setting, and we come back in exactly 1:30 for the continuation with the next session. Thank you.
Okay, I suggest that we start with the next session. I hope everyone is back from lunch. And We will take upon the message from the previous session that we should name the problems with their proper names. And in that regard, with the current session, we'll dig deeper into the issues of state capture and illicit financial flows. It is my pleasure to give the word to my colleague, Dr. Vanya Petrova from the Center for the Study of Democracy in Bulgaria. She has more than 10 years of experience in China, and she will provide us with a general framework of what are illicit financial flows, what are their sources, how their illicit wealth is gained, how it is transferred across borders, through which channels, and ultimately how they are used in another country to widen the already existing governance gaps there. So Vanya, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Working? Yeah, it's working. Hi, everyone. Hello to our old friends, to our new friends. And Tena is coming. Perfect. We were just waiting for you. Welcome. I think we have the very hard task right now because right after lunch, and you're all kind of sluggish and sleepy, and you actually want to digest, so be a little bit sympathetic to our panel. As you heard from my colleague Daniela, I will be talking about illicit financial flows. I will generally provide you the whole framework of what illicit finance is, and then from here on, my co-panelists, my friends will go in different directions. So I think we don't need that one. Maybe we can just share that one. Can I? Oh, okay. You can already see the presentation. So what? Can you please change the slide? I don't know why this is not, it was supposed to be working. Okay, perfect. So the outline of my very, very short presentation today, I will be explaining what illicit financial flows are. You already heard a lot of times about money laundering and organized crime and all this, but let's understand finally what illicit finance is. And why do we need to waste our time today to specifically focus on IFFs? Why this topic is so important, so crucial? Then I will just very, very briefly present you with the main components, channels, how the illicit financial flows pass. And then I will try to give you the general context of illicit finance in our region of the world. So, well, first of all, understanding and estimating illicit financial flows is quite a challenge. Why? Because there's no universally accepted definition, nor a single indicator that can comprehensively capture this phenomenon. So dirty money is illegally earned, moved, or used. And illicit financial flows, IFFs, this is basically dirty money which crosses an international border. This is the most widely cited definition of IFFs. It is generally used by the World Bank, IMF, and et cetera, et cetera. A financial flow can be classified as illicit if either its origin, that means its source, its eventual use, or the channel through which it passes, it's illegal. But this is, in a way, this is a very narrow definition in opposition to a more broader one, which does not equate illicit with illegal. And this is something we were discussing with Tena last week on Zoom, that illicit and illegal is very much different. So in this train of thought, in a more comprehensive understanding, IFFs are funds that go through some legal loopholes and through some other ways circumvent the spirit of the law. It is noteworthy here that in the general studies, it is considered that IFFs are hidden by nature. Well, this is not necessarily so. And actually, the illicit economy thrives in the underbelly of the licit one. So very, very often the case is that this illicit flows, illicit finance are actually, being laundered, and they end up commingled in the legitimate economy. what you can see here, so now we already are on the same page, right? We understand, have some general understanding of what IFFs are. But why are we talking about that today on the corruption, generally the corruption conference we are discussing? So what you can see here is the map of the democracy index. So unfortunately, I will present you with some sad news. In 2020, around 50% of the world, even a little bit over 50% of the world, was living in some sort of democracy. Fast forward just 1 year later, in 2021, and we already have less than 45% of the world is living in democracy. So you can see, and I'm sure that you have heard, there is a famous Chinese curse which says that we wish you to live in interesting times. And this is most certainly so. You can see we're living in very much interesting and turbulent times. The war in Ukraine, the Azeris are invading Armenia, the Tajiks are invading Kyrgyzstan, etc., all these proxy wars. So what is the connection with illicit financial flows? Well, illicit financial flows are the main driver of this vicious cycle, which is kindled by corruption. So illicit financial flows are the major threat to our governance, rule of law, justice. And this is what I'm often alluding to. How can we fight with something if we don't even understand it, if we are not able to measure it? This is why we're talking today about illicit financial flows. And to give you another hint of how important the topic is, it is one of the main Sustainable Development Goals, 16.4, which says that by 2030, illicit financial flows should be substantially, substantially decreased. Let me just move forward. I think I will probably, because I like to talk a lot, and I'm sure that in a few minutes Daniela will start making some signals to me, which I will pretend that I'm not seeing. So I'll just skip through this one, and let us just zoom into our little corner of the world for which we care so much, right? That's why we're here today. Or let me first give you some why it is so hard to estimate and measure illicit finance. Just very briefly. So there are actually a lot of problems, a lot of hardships in trying to estimate illicit finance. And hear my word here, I'm not saying measure, I'm just saying estimate, because this is as good as it gets. This is what we're doing, we're just estimating. So this is one of the major problems, the measurement problem. We are estimating, that means that there is an error term, and this error term is of unknown direction and size, which basically means that maybe we are coming with a very wrong and overestimated estimates of the flows. The other obstacle when we're trying to understand the problem is overlapping methods of measuring. What this means is that we are very often estimating the same source. So one flow, we're estimating it twice or 3 times. And last but not least, we also we're experiencing or we are suffering from an estimation bias. What does this mean is that, well, we are measuring what we can measure. For instance, we are talking today about corruption. Well, corruption is extremely hard to model. We cannot measure corruption that easily, but we can measure tax evasion very easily, right? I mean, in comparison to corruption. That's why we end up with stressing and highlighting the importance of tax evasion, while we are neglecting, as you heard already from the previous panels, that we are not doing enough, obviously. And let us now focus on our little corner of the world, the Southeast Europe or the Western Balkans. All the problems I mentioned so far are magnified in our region. That means the problem is very much understudied. There is no understanding. There is not enough data, and maybe worst of all, there are not enough experts. I mean, experts who can actually try to model the flows and, you know, all this. And also the problem that we were talking about, that in Slavic languages, illicit and illegal, so we don't even have a comprehensive definition of what we're trying to do. And illicit financial flows in our corner of the world are multi-directional, they are manifold, and they are proportionally large as a percentage of the national and regional GDPs. So the world estimate says that illicit financial outflows on a global level are somewhere between 1 and 1.5 trillion US dollars annually. So this means this means somewhere between 3 and 5% of the global GDP is through illicit outflows. And the mean is somewhere around 3.5. The size in our corner of the world, in our countries, is double. So we really have a huge problem here. This is the elephant in the room. Just if this is the one thing you remember from my short presentation, I will be very much happy. And as I already mentioned, the Sustainable Development Goals, to understand how important illicit finance in the region are and how crucial this topic is, there are currently 16 projects ongoing from 2021 to 2022 of the Sustainable Development Goals focused on eradicating illicit finance, 16 projects. From these 16 projects, 9 are in our region. 5 of these 9 are in Bosnia and Herzegovina, 1 is in Serbia, 1 in Kosovo, 1 in Montenegro, and 1 in North Macedonia. Wrap up? But I haven't even started yet. Well, let me just show our calculations, because just our calculations, and I promise you'll not hear from me anymore. This is the fruit of our labor at the CSD, the Center for Study of Democracy. We have gathered all the data and have done all the calculations. As you see, my colleague is pressing me, so if you are more interested and want to know more about the methodology and how this magical thing has been done, so these are the inflows calculated, the illicit financial inflows. They are aggregated between 2000 and 2020. And I think there's no surprise that you see the redder ones are the ones who are EU members, Croatia and Bulgaria. On the next slide, you will see the aggregated estimate of the illicit financial outflows in the same period. And you see here, the red light is Serbia. What I want to stress here also is that these numbers are actually severely underestimated. So I have done the calculations, and these are done based on trade misinvoicing and hot money narrow and the World Bank method, which is a method which uses the errors from national balances. So think about it. This is just a very tiny figure which is very much severely underestimated. It's much, much worse than what you're seeing. And also keep in mind, when you're looking at inflows, outflows, this can be a little bit misleading, because something is an outflow, then it can just end up commingled and coming back as an inflow. From here on, I was very briefly going to mention why this is so. So you understand by now. Huge problem in our region. Why? Well, this is why, but I think go ahead? Yes, okay, 2 minutes. So why this is such a problem in our region? Well, these are some of the key factors. All our countries, the common denominator is their vulnerabilities, which are kindled by state capture and corruption. and weak rule of law. And one of the major enablers, drivers, this is our so-called strategic geographic location, which is, I think, is a mixed blessing or a mixed curse. I don't know which one to say. From the picture, you see the large shadow economies. And for our region, they are somewhere between 20 and 30%. And also, this figure is severely underestimated because, according to some studies, it's actually over 40%. Remittances, high unemployment, etc., etc. We can talk more after this presentation, or you can always contact us. We'll be more than happy to keep on discussing very shortly. Main components and main channels. This is important. As we are discussing, there is no understanding. So a lot of people, when they hear illicit financial flows, they say, "Oh, this is money laundering," or "No, this is organized crime." So even the so-called specialists in this field are not very clear what is what. So the main components, the sources of illicit finance are, one is corruption, corruption-related crime, organized crime, and tax-related crime. And when I'm talking about tax-related crime, I mean tax evasion, not tax avoidance. And probably, as we are talking about corruption, corruption is the most significant problem here, and it often goes through public procurement contracts. According to the OECD data, around 60% of foreign paid bribes are to secure public procurement contracts, and somewhere between 20 and 30% of the value is lost because of corruption. So, main components. And then the next thing is the channels. So the channels are the ways through which these proceeds flow. And this is money laundering, trade misinvoicing, and capital account. So trade misinvoicing, usually, according to all the studies, it accounts for somewhere between 70 and 80% of the illicit financial flows. I would very much highly doubt that figure, but that's a long debate, and I will just finish off here. And capital accounts, that means through offshore accounts, secret jurisdictions, etc., etc. Thank you very much for this amazing opportunity to be here, to make like-minded friends, and to share ideas. And this is what moves the world, right? The key take notes from my presentation is, one, very much understudied. We should do more about this. We should be more proactive. And we should not only talk the talk, but we should walk the walk. We should do something. Let me just finish off by saying that, what should I say? Should I finish? The problem is, in this action movie, if we call it, someone said this, maybe Misha said this before me, I'm not sure that, but we are always lagging behind. See, this is the main problem. Unfortunately, we are not lagging a step behind. We are lagging many steps behind. Why? See, 20, 30 years ago, the discussion was trade misinvoicing. Things are changing. See, cryptocurrencies are coming. Now, actually, our part of the world is becoming one of the hotspots of cryptocurrency scams. And guess what? We are still talking about trade misinvoicing. So we really need to step up our game. And also the other thing is, because of the nature of IFFs, no single country can fight with that problem. So we need to unite and be proactive and address this together as a community. Let me finish, because soon they will kick me out of here. Thank you very much. Drop me an email, contact me later. Let's keep on talking.
Thank you, Vanya. Indeed, what gets measured can be tackled, but for this we need to have expertise in cryptocurrencies, in working with big data, providing network analysis, and this capacity should be built not only in the civil society, but also in the public servants, the government institutions, and in the media. So after this general introduction into the topic, now we'll see what are the specifics of the illicit finance and state capture in individual countries. So it's my pleasure to give the word to our next speaker, Tena Prelic, Research Associate at the Department of Politics and International Relations at the University of Oxford, and also a member of the Balkans in Europe Policy Advisory Group. She specializes in transnational kleptocracy, media narratives, and political corruption in many countries, including Montenegro and Serbia. So, Tena, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. So as I wait for the kind colleagues to load up my presentation, let me just say how much I appreciate CSD's work that's been just presented now, and your effort in measuring these flows. And I think really, you know, what you presented, those two maps with the inflows and the outflows, are really a representation of why illicit financial flows are so important and such a scourge to the whole world, and not just for our region. Because basically they take out much more money of developed countries and take them into the developing countries and take them into the developed ones. I mean, many of you will be familiar with the estimate done a couple of years ago that the amount of money flowing out of developing countries, such as Africa and the developing world more in general, is 3 times as much as the amount of foreign aid coming in. So really, this is why, you know, it goes to the core of why this is such an important problem to tackle. May I have my presentation loaded up, please? Thank you so much. So the research project I'd like to introduce to you today concerns the following research puzzle, which is what is the relationship between Russia's foreign policy and illicit financial flows. This is something that's often, you know, taken as an assumption that Russia uses corruption to further its aims. And yet there is a lot of confusion about it. Is there a master plan behind it? What are the ways by which it functions, and what are the areas where it acts? So these are some of the questions we have tried to tackle. And let me just mention that the bulk of the research project has been done between October 2021 and March this year, so just before the start of the invasion, which obviously has changed a lot of things. So in my presentation, I'll introduce the key argument and the framework that we'll come up with in our research project. Then I'll zoom into the part of the research that looked at the Balkans. And then I'll enter a realm of complete speculation, trying to reflect with you what might have changed after Russia's invasion of Ukraine. And I really hope this is maybe a topic we can discuss more in depth afterwards in the Q&A. I'll then touch upon also the Western role in enabling illicit financial flows, and finish up with some conclusions. So this relationship between Russia's foreign policy and the way it acts abroad has already been tackled by several research projects, but also think tanks with concepts such as sharp power, hybrid warfare, and so on and so forth. But this element of illicit finance was never taken at its center, and it was never really developed in a comprehensive framework. So my colleagues and I have analyzed 3 macro regions. We have tried to look at this relationship in Western countries, so the US and Western Europe, in African countries, and in Southeastern Europe. And what you can see here is our effort to map all these very many instances that we've found of a commission of Russian political aims and of illicit financial flows, and put them together in a framework. As you can see, really, illicit finance has been front and center in a lot of Russia's activities abroad, and we have mapped them into 3 main areas: political interference, media narrative framing, and violence. And one of the interesting things is that they kind of, they also are connected, very much so, and Russia often leads also to an escalation. So if it doesn't work in political interference and media narrative framing, we've seen, you know, throughout the years in the case studies we've looked at, that it kind of escalates. Very briefly now about the 2 case studies I've chosen to look at this research puzzle in the Balkans. So I've chosen a specific moment, critical juncture, if you so will, which allows us to see the difference between two states, Montenegro and Serbia, in their foreign policy relations with Russia. And that was 2014. As you remember, then the invasion of Crimea happened, and both Montenegro and Serbia had very warm relations, one could say, with Russia up until that point. And yet Montenegro decided to side with EU sanctions against Russia then, whereas Serbia didn't. So this, this kind of juncture allows us to see whether something has changed in terms of the illicit financial flows that have characterized the relationship between these two countries. So the answer is, have they changed? The answer is basically yes and no. With Montenegro, there is a very clear situation in which before that moment you had warm relations that were also underpinning what one could call illicit financial flows through real estate deals, through privatization deals. It was the #1 recipient of FDI in the Balkans thanks to this relationship with Russia. And you could see after 2014 that there was a change also in IFF. And yet, after a couple of years, we can see that foreign direct investment from Russia did go down, but then it picked up again. So one takeaway from this is that a kind of inertia and also the actors that were underpinning this relationship between Montenegro and Russia were kind of more important than the foreign policy relations. So they matter, but not so much. On the contrary, in Serbia, we find a very, very remarkable resilience of corrupt schemes of illicit financial flows that were set up back in the 1990s and that even survived the attempt to crack down on them in the 2000s with the change of regime. And I'm speaking about specifically the gas intermediary schemes that are a very interesting case study that we can talk about more later if you want. So it's really interesting to see how the resilience of these corrupt schemes is very, very strong. And obviously, again, here we find, specific actors and local proxies as key. So in terms of the Balkans, one can say that, foreign policy and illicit financial flows indeed are interconnected. And you can say that they're part of a wider playbook of Russia. I don't think it's a stretch to say that. I mean, bottom line, Russia has been using destabilization gains in the Balkans with very little effort in investment. So, little investment, a big, actually, outcome due to its position in the region. However, it's also important to see and to be aware of the fact that they're not always so aligned. So sometimes, the country that we think is the closest ally of Russia, Serbia, does not get better economic treatment. We can see that, for instance, through the very hard bargain that Russia drove by privatizing NIS, the energy company here, and in other cases. As already mentioned, local proxies are absolutely key. And so far, pragmatism has often trumped foreign policy considerations due to these relationships of local proxies with Russian actors. So now let's enter very briefly the realm of speculation. What might have changed in some of these insights I just presented after February 2022, after Russia's invasion of Ukraine? So one element I think that also we can draw from the research carried out by my colleague Catherine Owen is that the recipients of illicit financial flows from Russia might change. So Africa really is the clearest example in that sense. Africa has flown completely under the radar in some ways in terms of its relationship with Russia. It wasn't so much in the news as, Republika Srpska or Serbia have been, even much smaller countries, but much more space dedicated in even international headlines. And yet it has been, so many African governments have been cultivating relationships with Russia that have been underpinned by illicit finance, and they were very brazen. So it's not only political type of connections, but also through military means, for instance, to secure these lucrative natural resource extraction contracts. And also something that is very interesting, I think, also in applying it to our region, is that many states in the world are not necessarily pro-Russia. When we divide this today in this new geopolitics that characterizes this period, we often try to see like black and white, pro-Russia, anti-Russia. Well, many states are not necessarily pro-Russia, but they do have an anti-Western cleavage that Russian agents and Russian policy often can exploit. And I mean, this is very clearly at play also in Serbia. I mean, I could see it last night driving from Belgrade airport, because the taxi driver articulated it very clearly to me that, you know, he doesn't like the West and therefore Russia is not so bad. So that means that actually the geography of IFF might change, and that we might see that Western sanctions may lead to actually more, not less, IFF between Russia and, for instance, Africa. So the second part of what I think we must reflect on is that the decision makers in Russian foreign policy, in a way, might have changed. So, of course, you know, there are many different conceptions of Russian foreign policy, but I would tend to think that in Russian foreign policy, Putin used to be somewhat as a final arbiter, not the ultimate decision maker of all decisions. So he used to, you know, balance several interest groups and ultimately make a decision, including, you know, the oligarchs, dollar capital, so exposed to the West, the energy complex, that is somewhat linked to this dollar capital, then domestic capitalists, ruble capital I called it, military, the so-called siloviki, the security groups, and the church. Well, after February 2022, some of these decision makers, some of these interest groups were actually literally thrown out of the window. So that really, you know, that I think makes us think, because not only, you know, as we know, what is left is a much more ideologically fueled foreign policy, an authoritarianism that has almost overnight turned into totalitarianism, much more whimsical decisions front and center, but also I think makes us think about the role of us, let's say, of the West, of Western countries, of developed countries, in enabling and in underpinning the illicit financial flows that have actually supported some of these groups up until then. In this moment, one could argue that oligarchs do not have any more such big, you know, decision-making power as they had earlier, but they did have it earlier. And that's why my research team is also very concerned with explaining how, you know, the other side of this issue, how the UK, the US and other developed countries and big financial centers are front and center in enabling both the money laundering, so the illicit financial flows, but also burnishing the reputations of certain kleptocratic actors. So, yes, I'm about to wrap up. So, you know, effectively, they have serviced the system, part of the system in Russia up until that moment. But crucially, and I would like to leave you with this thought, it's not only, you know, Russian kleptocrats that we service. So part of the conclusions, you know, so we've seen that a lot of these flows rely on informal relationships between Russian actors and local actors, that they have escalatory tendencies. But I think the most important takeaway in terms of the policy response is that really Western policy response needs to be much less reactive and more proactive, and recognize this, so the fact that illicit financial flows are global and that they are enabled in global financial centers as a systemic issue. Because something that, you know, in this moment we find a problem with this authoritarianism going rogue in Russia might very well happen tomorrow in Azerbaijan, for instance, which is today our friend in terms of energy relations. Thank you very much. I'll finish here. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Tena. I'm sorry, but we're already over our allocated time. So, Mahir, I hope that you'll be very short. Please keep it up to 5 minutes. So our next speaker is Mahir Polžić, Project Coordinator at the Center for Civic Initiatives in Sarajevo. And he will tell us about the problems in Bosnia and Herzegovina, especially in the state-owned enterprises.
Yes.
So the floor is yours.
Thank you, Daniela. I'll try to be brief. Thanks to Vanya and Tena for a great overview about illicit financing in the region and Russian influence. Since CCI is not really much involved in regional research about this specific topic, I would like to use this time to say something more about what I think is one of the most important sources of state capture in B&H and probably illicit financing too, and that's inefficient public enterprise management. So I'm going to speak from a perspective of their efficiency, then how upcoming elections are affecting them, and what can be done to make situation better and to break the capture state we are locked in. So public enterprises have enormous social potential and are of a great importance to the citizens and to the state as well. So in Bosnia and Herzegovina, there are over 550 public enterprises with more than 8,000 people employed in them. Annual revenues amount to more than 3.3 billion euros, while annual liabilities exceed 4.5 billion euros. So this data already indicates that the public management of these public enterprises is not really efficient. The problem is that currently public enterprises represent party-allowed. Directors are appointed solely on the basis of party affiliations. Workers are hired non-transparently without public tenders, and management and finances in terms of responsibility for the public money spending is not really taken into account. So these things are precisely the biggest reasons why many public enterprises, instead of profits and satisfied citizens, are making millions of losses and getting deeper and deeper into debt. Even the European Commission identified these irregularities and clearly specified the obligations for B&H in order to regarding the reform and improvement of the public enterprises sector. And this was stated in the opinion from 2019 when 14 priorities were given that B&H must solve in order to open negotiations on EU accession process. It was stated then that public enterprises must be depoliticized and restructured, and that the transparency of privatization process must be ensured. So generally, citizens are not really satisfied with the quality of services provided by public enterprises, which takes into question their primary role. They are characterized by a lack of transparency, lack of control, and almost full absence of responsibility for inappropriate management. So general elections are going to be held this Sunday in Bosnia and Herzegovina, and in the context of the upcoming elections, as every time we have the phenomenon of ruling parties buying the favor of the electorate by non-transparent employment of incompetent people in public enterprises. What awaits us after the elections are changes in management positions in almost all public enterprises that will not suit the ruling parties. The fact that political suitability is the main criterion for appointment of directors and managers in public enterprises speaks volumes about how much they are no longer perceived as a public good, but as something that belongs to the ruling parties. There are numerous examples that the directors have caused millions of damages in public enterprises through harmful contracts, through corrupt actions, but only in a few situations judiciary reacted, and that was almost every time after the stories about these affairs were started by the media or non-governmental organizations. So what could serve as a solution to this problem is strengthening audit institutions and giving a greater importance to the public audit process, because the audit can represent a very effective tool in fight against corruption and abuse of public funds, and as well in increasing the transparency and responsibility of the entire public sector. But this can be accomplished only with the adequate participation of all relevant actors, such as citizens, CSOs, media, and most important, parliaments. Audit reports contain great recommendations for eliminating weaknesses, for improving the work of public enterprises, but they remain unimplemented and repeated year after year due to the lack of sanctions, due to the lack of responsibility for their implementation. I would just name one example that for the period of 7 previous years, only 4 out of 125 public enterprises received unqualified opinion, which means that the other 121 public enterprises had numerous irregularities in their work, numerous violations of the law, and were not in the function of the efficient management. For the end, I want to just say that a captured state can be really recognized here, because those who should react are the parliaments, but they can't because they are in a close contact with the political parties that are appointing managers, and then the possibility of depoliticizing and restructuring public enterprise sector is really shrinking. I would say now it's minor, and I am as well sure that inefficient public enterprise management is the point from where the illicit financing in Bosnia and Herzegovina starts.
Thank you very much. Indeed, the management of state-owned enterprises is a separate big topic which probably deserves another event or another conference. This is also true in the energy sector. If the energy state-owned enterprises were more efficient, if they didn't have politically appointed managers, maybe they will be more incentivized to invest in better infrastructure, better transmission, and will have better energy prices. So let us continue with back to North Macedonia. I'm giving the floor to Ilya Jugumanov, Secretary General of the Euro-Atlantic Council of North Macedonia. Please.
Thank you very much for the introduction, and thank you for the organizers for this great event, for the host, and also for to CSD from Bulgaria. I won't go only for North Macedonia, and I won't go in details because, as you can see, I'm happy we have 3 ladies in this panel, but it's not that easy with the ladies, so we don't have a lot of time, so I will try to be very brief and very short. As we could hear also from my colleague on this panel, but also from the previous panels, we can see that in the region the corruption is everywhere, in each sphere of our living, in each area. So, as my colleagues said, we are far behind many steps. But where does it start? From where does it come? I don't think that is in our blood, but we are maybe learning it from our earliest ages, unfortunate. It starts in the schools, it starts with in the political parties, it is promoted. So there is one Serbian stand-up commission, which it is a joke, but it's very applicable, especially after on the session after the lunch, when we need maybe a coffee and more to relax. He says that when you go in the waiting room in the hospital, you can easily find out who has what kind of problem, because if somebody comes with sweets or a small bottle of wine, then he has some flu, but if he has a whiskey or something more expensive, then he has a serious problem. So that's why I said corruption in our region starts in the very early ages. We brought, I don't know, gifts to the school teachers, to the hospitals, and you can imagine today if everybody came with bottle of whiskey or something because of the great organization and this amazing hotel we are in today. So as we heard also, the percentages are stagnating and the indexes of corruption are stagnating or even going higher in the region, and they are double unfortunately in the Western Balkans and in the Southeast Europe by many of the institutions that are measuring the corruption. But unfortunately, the interest in the media and especially among the political elites in the political parties is getting lower and lower. So it's so unfortunate that the topic is not very present in the media. Only on time, occasionally when some, I don't know, U.S. ambassador or somebody from outside says that we have a real problem with the corruption. Up to the media, why is not present? It is maybe it is very obvious because the media are very dependent by, first of all, by the state, and second of all, by the business interests of the owners of the media and the oligarchs. We heard about the offshore schemes and everything that happens here, and how some owners of the media are connected in a lot of other industries which are dependent not only from inside but also from abroad. Unfortunately, in the North Macedonia, we have more and more media, but the media market and the money for the media are getting lower, especially with the Corona crisis, and the media itself are becoming even more dependent by the state funds, which is not a good thing for what we are discussing today. Instead of having really good institutions in the region, and not only public enterprises, but we really need a good public administration at all. So what we see today is party members without any professional experience talking or working in the sectors connected with the corruption. It doesn't matter in which institutions. So if we don't start at this spot, and if we don't change the opinion that the political parties are, I don't know, desk for employment, then we can not change anything in this area further. What is needed to be done as an NGO sector? I think we are doing maybe a lot. Such initiatives and such conferences and regional initiatives as Seldi are very important in order to have a more united and more central approach from more non-governmental organization from the region. But I think that we can do a lot more. The good thing what we have done so far is that even with the energy crisis, even with the situation in Ukraine and all the problems with the COVID, etc., a lot of the opinion polls are saying that the corruption is becoming a top priority of the public. So I really think that here we made a good thing, but unfortunately we can have the best legal framework, we have the best law, many initiatives, many declarations, but we always stuck on the implementation part in this process. So we don't have to have, I don't know, some good declaration on papers which look very fancy, but we really need to push for implementing the European laws, but also to have more united and more centralized approach as a non-governmental sector, because we are the one that we need to push the pressure. And only as individuals and only in one NGO, we cannot, even with the best projects, with the best initiatives, we cannot go very far. So I really send my best regards, and I congratulate to the organizers and to the initiatives, because we really need to have more such events and more such gatherings. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Indeed, we are the ones that can place this topic back on the policy agenda. And I also liked what you say about how corruption starts in schools. Maybe more focus should be dedicated to anti-corruption education, or the increase of tax morale and changing behaviors, not just changing legislation. So do we have Dorieta online?
Yes, I'm here.
Hi, I'm very pleased to announce our next speaker. Unfortunately, she couldn't be here with us in person. Dorieta Rikiki, Research Assistant at the Kosovo Center for Security Studies. Dorieta, please let us know what is the situation and the problems in Kosovo. The floor is yours.
Hi everyone, and thank you also for inviting us to be a part of this event. I'll try and keep it as brief as possible, but I'm also open at the end for questions. So in general, it's really difficult to find data in Kosovo for IFFs. However, KCSS has engaged in different programs, not specifically to treat IFF as a topic, but it has also corruption components and organized crimes within different programs. And according to the research that we have done, we have seen that it's really difficult to get data on illicit financial flows in Kosovo. In general, 30% of the GDP of Kosovo is conducted of hidden economy, and also a high percentage of it comes from remittances from the diaspora. However, most noted forms of IFFs in Kosovo come as a result of corruption and organized crimes, including here the trafficking of products, goods, and also illegal migrants. So stopping a bit more to the corruption, seeing it as a really important dilemma in Kosovo. As I agree actually with everyone in the panel that mentioned that it's a problem regionally, but also more broader. In Kosovo, in the last year, we have seen a bit of improvement according to the Freedom Index, where it scores 39 out of 100. It's like 3 points higher than previously, still indicating that the situation is quite bad in Kosovo in this case. However, we have tried to see why this improvement happened, and we've seen here a bit more of a proactive approach of policy, where it has tried to target subsidy frauds in Kosovo, the theft of the national treasure, and other illicit constructions that have been happening in Kosovo. Well, corruption still remains one of the main ways for money laundering also in Kosovo, and it's actually present in public and private sector. In the public sector, according to some research conducted, we've seen that a lot of persons have declared that they had to use different forms of also bribery when they were having contact with the public institutions, but also in the private sector, 56% of businesses have declared that they feel that there's corruption in the public procurement. And by this, we mean that there has been adoption of tenders and like really specificities that fit to certain companies that leaves the others out of this kind of competition. And also, while we have been conducting research, we have tried to find a connection of IFF flows also with Russian and Chinese ones. However, we have seen that the Western Balkans as a region is important route for illicit flows coming from Afghanistan to East Europe, and this nevertheless doesn't also exclude Kosovo from these routes. However, specific data is really difficult to be found. Nevertheless, we've seen high money flow in Kosovo also coming as a result of illicit trade of tobacco happening in the Western Balkans. So in general, yes, I will conclude shortly. I would say that corruption is a really big problem in Kosovo, and there's also been laws that have been like anti-corruption laws that have been trying to tackle these struggles in Kosovo, but also the civil society is trying to be more proactive and advocating on adjustments to actually fit the needs in Kosovo. However, again, as I mentioned before, especially for IFFs, it's really difficult to find data in Kosovo.
Thank you very much. So indeed, what I learned from this session today is that we're talking about very complex issues. It seems to me that indeed the corrupt actors are several steps ahead of us and ahead of the public authorities that try to tackle this problem. And indeed, we need better methodology, better risk assessment and early warning system in order to detect not only the illicit financial flows at country level, but also the individual cases that could be prosecuted and punished, which I hope to hear more about in the next sessions. Although we're far beyond our allocated time, I just wanted to ask briefly if there are any questions, either from the participants here in person or also online. Yes, Misha?
I have a question for Tena. You were speaking about the IFFs and the being central to your model. It seems to me that in the media sphere, at least, Russia kind of has this narrative framing that supports status quo, and this is why they are kind of friendly to groups that are losing the status quo in the democratic changes of societies. But if they are having this narrative, then they find these ready-made structures. So do you have any kind of idea about the balance of how much IFFs established structural support for this narrative framing, or how much they support already made structures there that can even extend Russian influence without IFFs?
Yeah, I'm not sure if I understood completely the question. I'm glad to speak more afterwards. But in terms of Russian IFF supporting status quo, I would say that it's more the opposite, meaning that the aims are usually linked to disrupting. It doesn't matter if these actors are on the left or on the right, but they do go towards basically disrupting a situation in which the governments of these countries could, be firmly anchored to Western structures. So in that sense, that's why, Russian IFF have gone to both far left and far right actors in Europe, for instance. And yeah, I mean, IFF is central to our model because we chose elements and case studies that were specifically, linked to IFF in the specific. But of course, there's a wider discussion to be had here. So happy to talk more later.
Thank you. Any more questions? Okay, if not, let us prepare for the next session. Thank you very much to all the panelists.
Dobar dan svima, dobrodošli na panel na kom ćemo se baviti korupcijom u pravosudnom sistemu i zapravo nezavisnošću pravosuđa kao jednom od najvažnijih oružja u borbi protiv korupcije. To smo čuli nekoliko puta danas od različitih sagovornika. Moje ime je Filip Lukić, ja sam novinar i savjetnik za komunikacije u EU Info centru i bit ću domaćin današnjeg panela. Izvinjujemo se naravno zbog kašnjenja i znam da svi nestrpljivo čekate kafe pauzu nakon ovoga, ali morat ćete sačekati 45 minuta najmanje. Dakle, pre nego što krenemo sa diskusijom i zapravo razgovorom o tome koliko su nezavisne pravosudne institucije bitne za borbu protiv korupcije, ja bih želeo da vam predstavim svoje današnje sagovornike. Jovana Spremo, savjetnica za EU politike u Komitetu za ljudska prava JUKOM. Zatim imamo Biljanu Papović, zamjenicu direktora Centra za demokratsku tranziciju iz Podgorice. Anetu Arnaudovsku, višu savjetnicu u regionalnoj antikorupcijskoj inicijativi i Tobijasa Flesenkempera, direktora Beogradske kancelarije Saveta Evrope. Dobar dan i vama, hvala vam što ste ovde danas i da krenemo možda od vas, Tobijase, nekako sa te strane. Dakle, Srbija je nekoliko puta bila spominjana u izveštajima Saveta Evrope i GRECO izveštaju o tome da ne zadovoljava kriterijume i da zapravo spada u tu grupu nezadovoljavajućih zemalja zbog toga što ne ispunjava svoje obaveze kako je to predvideo i zapravo preporučio GRECO, koje je antikorupcijsko telo Saveta Evrope. U martu ove godine je došlo do toga da... Tobias, can you hear? No? Okay. So the question is... Okay. The question is regarding recommendations that Serbia got from GRECO, anti-corruption body of the Council of Europe. So Serbia was among the countries that did not satisfy and fulfill all the recommendations and criteria that changed in March this year. So could you just give us briefly what those recommendations were. So what were the biggest concerns that Council of Europe had regarding corruption and fight against corruption in Serbia?
That's okay. All right, and thank you very much, Philip, and thank you very much, organizers, for the invitation to this very important regional policy forum. And I understood that we wanted to look a bit at also how this links to the judiciary on this forum. So I'll link the two things. Now, when we talk about the group of European states against corruption and its foundation in 1999, it was very much to bring some order into the field of corruption fighting in Europe, and to say what is happening in the countries with regard to the implementation of two very important conventions on corruption, both in the internal part of a country and vis-à-vis external actors. You should not forget that until the early 2000s, for instance, for many companies, it was completely normal to go into a third country to corrupt officials to get a contract. So that's why the external relations aspect is also important. And the third element was not only to look at the convention, but how corruption fighting is actually linked to the functioning of the judiciary. And here, of course, is the focus of the Council of Europe's Greco report on Serbia for many years. As you know, Serbia has a constitution from 2006 that actually creates a very direct link between the political level, meaning the election of judges and prosecutors in the parliament of Serbia, with the judiciary. There is actually almost direct political influence in the election of judges and prosecutors. Yes, there are some quality control, there's some little bit of filtering, but de facto it's a direct link. And also we have another problem in the Serbian political system that was pinpointed not only by Greco, but also by the so-called Venice Commission when it looked at the constitution of 2006, that members of parliament do not enjoy a lot of autonomy in their action, meaning the way how they have been elected through a single constituency on the basis of Serbia, list elections, as well as, to a certain degree, still a dependency on party leadership in the exercise, in the execution of their duties. And that last element is obviously also a link of exercising political pressure on the autonomous body of the parliament, which then again is linked to the election of people working in the judiciary. So that's sort of the package. And the fundamental package is the influence over the judiciary, because without reducing this or even banning it or creating certain kind of accountability mechanisms, of course the judiciary may go hand in glove in not looking at the cases which it should be looking at, because it feels it's politically not opportune. Political influence, undue political influence. And that is basically the package. If you go then through the technical elements, there are solutions to this. I'm sure that colleagues have also discussed them. I know we have discussed them a lot with colleagues. So how do you elect judges? How do you appoint prosecutors? How much autonomy? How much self-administration? How do you organize the access to the judicial profession, etc.? But the last point in it is, of course, also the question of a political culture. I was doing an interview recently for European Western Balkans, which is one important platform of exchange and information here in the region. Many of you know it. And I actually said it's not known to change constitutions and laws, but you have to also have a political culture. Now, we have been witness, for instance, in a not so related field in the last 2-3 weeks, or last months actually, of how political forces influenced, for instance, on the right of freedom of assembly. So one of the highest political figures in this country said that he wouldn't like to have a certain political demonstration happening, political event, and then everyone sort of followed this. And there you see actually the political culture and the influence over the system. And that is the same kind of problem that you can see with regard to corruption.
Thank you, Tobias, for mapping all these issues and categories. Jovana, to nas nekako dovodi do ustavnih izmena, promena. Čuli smo u nekoliko sesija danas da su mnogi govorili upravo o tome što je Srbija dobila ustavne izmene u oblasti pravosuđa koje bi trebalo da garantuju veću nezavisnost sudstva. Čuli smo pohvale koje su stigle iz Evropske unije zbog toga što je to u skladu sa preporukama GREKA i Venecijanske komisije. Međutim, nekako oni koji su pratili čitav proces, bilo je tu dosta različitih mišljenja i gde mi zapravo danas stojimo? Evo, koliko je prošlo od ustavnih izmena, više od pola godine, čini mi se. Da li su napravljeni neki konkretni pomaci? Da li se i dalje čeka nova vlada? Dakle, gde stoji danas srpsko pravosuđe?
Hvala, Filipe. Dakle, u ovom momentu mi zapravo, može se reći, i dalje na papiru razrađujemo ustavne izmene koje je Srbija imala u februaru ove godine. Ja bih voljela da se nadovežem upravo na ono što je Tobijas prethodno pomenuo, a to je da je pored toga što je potrebno da imamo neke promene u cilju veće nezavisnosti u Ustavu i zakonima, potrebno menjati ne samo i političku kulturu u smislu manjka vanjskih pritisaka na pravosuđe, nego i samu svest onih koji su nosioci pravosudne funkcije i javno-tužilačke funkcije o tome koja je njihova uloga u društvu i na koji način oni mogu sebe smatrati zaštićenim da deluju zapravo nezavisno, odnosno samostalno. U ovom momentu je otpočeo jedan proces, da tako kažem, usklađivanja seta pravosudnih zakona, kako bi se ono što smo imali kao izmene Ustava zapravo na tom nivou samih nosilaca pravosudne funkcije doprinelo onome čemu je i služilo, a to je da pravosuđe zaista postane jedna od 3 grane vlasti u Srbiji, nezavisna od druge 2. Kao što sam rekla, ti si pomenuo na početku, dakle, Venecijanska komisija je dala zeleno svetlo ustavnim promenama, ostale su neke stvari koje je bilo potrebno razraditi zakonima i mi smo sada zapravo u toj fazi da pratimo šta će se zapravo ovim zakonima promeniti. Postoji nekoliko nivoa gde zapravo i posmatramo tu nezavisnost, pre svega kao što je već rečeno, to je u samom izboru sudija. Dobra stvar je da to više ne radi parlament. Sa druge strane, ono na što moramo posebno obratiti pažnju je upravo izbor takozvanih istaknutih pravnika koji će, pored sudija i tužilaca koje će birati same sudije i tužioci, sedeti u onim telima koje treba da se brinu o daljoj nezavisnosti i odgovornosti pravosuđa u Srbiji. I civilno društvo kao takvo i najviše sad trenutno stavlja, da tako kažem, fokus na to kako će zakoni urediti same izbore, dakle govorim i o izbornim članovima u ova tela, ali i odabir istaknutih pravnika, budući da u skladu sa novim nadležnostima koje pravosudni saveti imaju, jako je važno odabrati prave osobe u ova tela kako bi opet svaki pojedinačni javni tužilac ili sudija osjećali da mogu da postupaju samostalno, odnosno nezavisno.
Ali ono što je nekako taj proces okarakterisalo jeste jedno užasno nepoverenje koje je postojalo, dakle, u interesu svih građana, pa tako i oni koji su na vlasti, ako polazimo od toga da su i na kraju dana i oni neki obični građani, jeste nezavisno pravosuđe i zbog čega se stvorio taj odnos nepoverenja, da li ćemo mi uopšte tim ustavnim izmenama dobiti nezavisnije pravosuđe?
Pa, ja vidim 2 razloga u tome. Jedan je taj prvi pokušaj da se zapravo promeni Ustav, koji je bio tokom 2017. i 2018. godine, kada je zapravo Ministarstvo pravde zapravo htelo da drži u svojim rukama i predloži određena rešenja koja će ići na ruku više izvršnoj vlasti nego što je to zapravo išlo u cilju nezavisnosti pravosuđa, zapravo je stvaralo dodatnu sistemsku i na papiru je stvaralo još više pritiska na pravosuđe nego što smo imali u tom momentu, a već je rečeno da je sam Ustav iz 2006. imao neka opasna rešenja koja se tiču nezavisnosti pravosuđa. Ceo taj proces je zaustavljen srećom u nekom momentu i mi smo imali 2 godine neku vrstu praznine gde se uopšte nije govorilo o potrebi izmena Ustava, a sa druge strane imali smo različite izveštaje i Evropske komisije i preporuke GRECO-a koje su nekako gurale Srbiju ka tome da dođe konačno do tih izmena. Proces koji je vođen 2021. godine u velikoj meri je bio napredniji što se tiče procedure u odnosu na ovaj prethodni, ali s druge strane ono što je stvorilo veliko nepoverenje u društvu jeste što se sa procesom informisanja građana o značaju ovih promena počelo jako kasno. Dakle, iako je ceo proces otpočeo negde u martu mesecu 2021. informisanje građana je praktično krenulo onog momenta kada je referendum raspisan, što je već bilo previše kasno. U Srbiji su već se znalo da slede i redovni izbori i nekako su i sve političke partije iskoristile tu situaciju za da kažem, politički obračun, više nego za pojašnjenje da li su te izmene dobre ili loše i u kojoj meri su dobre ili loše i u kojoj meri je neophodno njih dalje razrađivati nekim zakonskim okvirom. Mislim da je zapravo, da su te dve stvari doprinele velikom nepoverenju oko samog referenduma. U svakom slučaju, vidjet ćemo sada kako će se razvijati ova priča oko izmena pravosudnih zakona i kao što već rekoh, posle izmena zakona sledi i to da svaki nosilac pravosudne funkcije zapravo mora da se bliže upozna sa ovim izmenama i u skladu sa tim postupa dalje u svom radu.
Hvala Jovana. Ono što je nekako zanimljivo da je u čitavom tom procesu Srbije oko izmene Ustava obično civilni sektor gledao u stranu Evropske unije koja je podržavala ustavne izmene i čuli smo danas i nekoliko puta da je zapravo put ka Evropskoj uniji zapravo put ka nezavisnijem pravosuđu i da je to put promena i boljitka. Zanimljivo je, međutim, da upravo Srbija i Crna Gora, koje jesu u procesu pregovora i u ovom momentu su najnaprednije od svih država Zapadnog Balkana, se suočavaju sa ogromnim, pre svega političkim pritiscima u pravosudnom sistemu. Crna Gora je nekako poslednjih meseci postala simbol toga što se događa u pravosudnom sistemu i zbog čega, dakle, gde stoji objašnjenje toga da zapravo, evo, Srbija i Crna Gora kao zemlje koje bi trebalo budu najnaprednije u tim reformama, zapravo te reforme konstantno usporavaju. Dakle, oblast vladavine prava i Poglavlja 23 je nešto što najsporije ide kada je reč o reformama i napretku.
Evo, mislim da sada radi. Drago mi je da ste povezali Srbiju i Crnu Goru u ovom pitanju. Ja bih nekako upravo krenula sa tim poređenjem situacije. Pričamo o ovim ustavnim reformama koje su se nedavno desile u Srbiji, a ja ću svoju priču početi 10 godina unazad, skoro 10, kada smo mi imali slične ustavne amandmane koji su negde Crnu Goru i postavili taj uspeh koji je nekako taj početni polet prilikom odlučnosti da se sprovede reforma pravosuđa u teoriji je Crnu Goru i postavio na to mesto vodeće zemlje regiona, nekog frontranera i to je nešto na čijem talasu su naše političke elite dosta dugo opstajale. Mi smo tada doneli odluku da će sudije birati nezavisni sudski savjet, tada smo doneli odluku da će vrhovnog državnog tužioca birati kvalifikovana većina u parlamentu, da će ugledne pravnike birati takođe parlament kvalifikovanom većinom i brojne druge promene koje su nekako ulivale nadu da će možda pravosuđe postati nezavisno. Taj cilj, nažalost, nikada nije ispunjen i iz stvarne političke volje za sprovođenjem reforme pravosuđa u Crnoj Gori nije bilo. Mi smo u nekom tom početnom poletu imali mogućnost da u parlamentu pronađemo tu kvalifikovanu većinu, da izaberemo taj sudski savjet, da počnemo sa određenim zakonodavnim izmenama koje su dalje unapredile ovu predstavu reforme pravosuđa, od modela izbora sudija koji se zasniva na nekim zaslugama i brojne druge mehanizme koje smo tako dobro implementirali u naše zakonodavstvo, ali čiju primjenu još uvek nismo videli. Mislim da epilog toga najbolje govori ono što mi danas u Crnoj Gori imamo, a to je uhapšena predsjednica Vrhovnog suda koja je bila lider ovih reformi i sprovodila ih nekako vrlo, da kažem, odlučno u smislu teorijske strane i danas ona pod optužbom za stvaranje kriminalne organizacije i trgovine uticajem boravi u istražnom zatvoru. Mislim da je ne samo ona, mi imamo još jedan slučaj predsjednika Privrednog suda koji je takođe uhapšen pod sličnim optužbama i to pokazuje šta se dešavalo dok smo nekako kroz izveštaje, kroz naše, da kažem, neke eksterne evaluacije slušali da se ta reforma dešava. Nažalost, u jednom trenutku mislim da su političke elite u Crnoj Gori shvatile da mora doći moment primene, odnosno implementacije svih ovih rešenja i tada odlučno odlučili da prosto to ne primene. Jer to bi značilo obračun nekako sa delom, odnosno sa samim sobom, sa svojim nekako korupcija na visokom nivou nije nešto što deluje sa strane, ona se nalazi, ona prožima ceo politički sistem i onda bi pred tim sudovima trebali da se nađu upravo oni koji ove odluke donose. To je jedna odluka koju Crna Gora nije donela. Mislim da još uvek smo nekako vrlo oprezni u zaključku da li je ovo što imamo sada zaista jedna politička odlučnost da se suprotstavimo korupciji na visokom nivou ili splet nekih okolnosti ili opet jedna check lista da pronađemo selektivno određene slučajeve kojima ćemo se baviti. Tako da, eto, mislim da je, da ne dužim, mislim da je u ovom procesu ta politička volja presudna, da konačno odvojimo, da oslobodimo pravosuđe uticaja, a to je ono što je nekako najteže. U našem slučaju, mislim da ne treba, mi nismo pristalice ovih nekih radikalnih poteza od reizbora sudija, od nečeg što bi bio sasvim jedan agresivan pristup. Mislim da i u našem zakonodavstvu postoje dosta dobri mehanizmi interne i eksterne kontrole koje treba primeniti, a osim toga postoji i modeli da se oni unaprede, učine mnogo transparentnijim i efikasnijim, ali to je jedan dug put. Mi jesmo sa tim krenuli i očekujemo da ćemo u narednim godinama gledati nešto što je oslobađanje pravosuđa političkog uticaja i put ka nekoj kakvoj takvoj nezavisnosti. Nažalost, nije politički isplativo i danas imamo sa adrese našeg premijera i predsjednika dosta, da kažem, jak pritisak, bavljenje određenim slučajevima, neke javne zaključke koji nikako nisu poželjni i vršenje tog političkog pritiska kroz medije, kroz neki narativ na pravosudne institucije, ali eto kažem, bar je nekako krenuli smo da imamo praktičnu primjenu svih ovih rešenja, pa se nadam nekom uspehu. Verujem da u Srbiji neće ponoviti, da neće čekati 10 godina da ponove ovu našu predstavu reforme, već da će to ići nekako ipak malo, možda se duže čekalo sa reformama, pa su možda i spremniji za implementaciju u ovoj fazi razvoja, odnosno pravosudne reforme.
Mnogi analitičari kažu da je zapravo slučaj bivšeg hrvatskog premijera Sanadera bio taj moment koji je promenio na neki način kako to države koje pregovaraju o članstvu u Evropskoj uniji gledaju na pravosudne reforme. Vi ste spomenuli da će zapravo možda u nekom momentu sami postati žrtve reformi koje su implementirali, dali ste primjeri iz Crne Gore. Da li je upravo to nepostojanje određene i jasne sankcije zapravo razlog zbog čega mi svake godine u izveštajima medijima i o Srbiji, i o Crnoj Gori, i o drugim zemljama Zapadnog Balkana slušamo kako Evropska komisija kaže da visoki zvaničnici moraju da prestanu da komentarišu presude, da se mešaju u rad pravosuđa, da vrše politički pritisak, ali mi konstantno vidimo u tom svakodnevnom zapravo životu, u njihovom obraćanju, da i tekako od toga političari, oni koji donose odluke, ne odustaju. Dakle, zbog čega ne postoji dovoljno jasna sankcija kojim bi se nekako takvo ponašanje zapravo i sankcionisalo, odnosno prema kom bi se Evropska unija odredila, ili je nešto drugo posredi. Dakle, zbog čega mi dalje imamo isti način ponašanja i obrazac koji se koristi?
Pa to je definitivno politički veoma isplativo. Evo, konkretno u Crnoj Gori danas onaj ko pokupi, da kažem, svu tu neku popularnost ili zasluge za ovo što je počelo, za rad vrhovnog i specijalnog državnog tužilaštva, taj će nekako politički profitirati. Međutim, ja mislim da u toj težnji da se politički profitira, gubi se svest da mi pričamo o jednoj nezavisnoj grani vlasti, ustavom definisanim, ali ono što jeste činjenica da mi još uvek nemamo sudstvo koje ima snagu da se suprotstavi centru političke moći. To danas imamo u Crnoj Gori na 2 adrese i još uvek naše institucije nemaju tu spremnost i mislim da osim nekih, imali smo u prethodnih nekoliko godina razne primere reakcije udruženja sudija, upozorenja na određene izjave poslanika ili političara, mešanje u rad sudija, ali to je onako u odnosu na ovaj pritisak koji i reč koju imamo iz centara političke moći, mnogo nekako tih glas i, kažem, ja mislim da taj proces reforme mora da se sprovede i da će to ići izuzetno sporo dok sud, odnosno pravosudne institucije u Crnoj Gori steknu autoritet da političari prosto se ne usude da postupaju na ovaj način.
Aneta, čuli smo sada od Biljane koja je spomenula različite, možete ovaj mikrofon, Tobijas, dobro, da, okej. Čuli smo od Biljane različite metode koje se koriste u zemljama Zapadnog Balkana kada je reč o dostizanju ili poboljšanju položaja sudstva. Dakle, Albanija je izabrala vetting proces, Severna Makedonija test integriteta. Dakle, kako se to, evo, čuli smo, Crna Gora i Srbija nemaju potrebe za tako radikalnim rešenjima. Dakle, kako se uspostavi na neki način, kako se izabere koji je to model pogodan za jednu državu?
I have a PowerPoint presentation. May I?
I would just like first to answer the question, then you can move to the presentation. Yes.
Yes, I can answer the question because I was taking into account my background as a criminal trial judge, director of the Judicial Academy of North Macedonia, and member of the GRECO for 6 years. And of course, in line with all the recommendations of the 4th round evaluation in respect of prevention of corruption among judges and prosecutors. I must admit that these recommendations deriving from the 4th round evaluation GRECO were very harsh, very difficult because they imposed constitutional reforms in many of our countries, so Serbia, North Macedonia, Montenegro, so excluding the Minister of Justice of the composition of the Judicial Council. Also in our case, it was including the Minister of Justice, election of judges in Serbia, Montenegro, the problematic notion of distinguished lawyers. What does it mean? So it doesn't mean that if we have judicial councils, that they are independent and composed of people with integrity. So for me, the first and initial step is to have members of the Judicial Council leaders that promote the zero tolerance to corruption. So the people with highest ethical and integrity values. So how we will choose these people among the distinguished lawyers? That's why GRECO also imposed defining objective, measurable criteria, what these people will be and how these criteria will be measured based on objective components and not just distinguished lawyers. Not every law professor is distinguished lawyer, or maybe among defense lawyers and so on. Also, it needs to be, we need to be very cautious not to elect people who are linked to the political parties, and their membership in the Judicial Council is a word for their affiliation and their services for the political party. So the first step is professional, ethical Judicial Council. That's my opinion. So then we can go to the election of judges and promotion of judges.
Thank you. And now I would like to, to let you present.
Thank you. Yes. Of course, integrity challenges, this analysis is based on the, of course, analysis of the region. It's not only about North Macedonia, where I was a judge for 35 years, but it's very important to detect how we will, when we speak about the, this, is this, okay?
Does it work? Yes.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay. So for me, first question is how we can draw the line between the professional mistakes and lack of quality and the corruption among judges and prosecutors. So it's a very thin line, in my opinion. But of course, we could recognize some of the deficiencies in their behavior. So among prosecutors, for example, manipulating with a legal qualification, fabricating evidence, quick ending versus long duration of the pre-investigation procedures, unduly influence other prosecutors, even judges, trading with information, selection of particular prosecutor to handle a case to achieve a specific outcome. UK, they're very clever. United Kingdom, they even have malicious prosecution law adopted. So they define what does it mean malicious prosecution, but even malicious, unless it is due to the exploitation of power for personal or political gain, it's not corruption. So it's very difficult to draw this distinction. Among judges, we have several institutional behavior factors that facilitate corruption at several levels. So at the level of individual judges, it's nepotism, extreme delays resulting in exceeding the statute of limitations of cases, then unexplainable professional legal mistakes, questionable sentencing practices, overestimating of the confessions. We now have recent cases in Macedonia where confession is like a queen of evidence, like in the Inquisition period. Lack of substantial judicial control of the prosecution act, inclination of judges, it's very interesting nowadays, inclination of judges to influential interest judicial groups due to their close connections with politics and business. Of course, promotions in the career after concluding politically sensitive cases, it's also very dangerous, and non-recusal in gray zone cases. At the level of president of the courts, for example, manipulations with the case allocation system, deliberately frank changes in the composition of the chambers, usually after governmental changes, privileging the judges having close links with the politicians, and of course we can see that in their decisions of recusal or non-recusal of particular judges. Lack of proper investigation on revealing confidential information and statements of witnesses during the pre-investigation, lack of investigation on allegations for breaches of ethics and conflict of interest, because the president knows what's happening in her court, and lack of investigation on corruption among the court administration or lay judges. We still have lay judges. At the level of counsels for the judiciary, manipulations in the process of appointment, promotion, circumventing of the rank list of candidates, selective disciplinary procedure, proceeding. We have in Macedonia several cases in front of the European Court of Human Rights for allegation for politically dismissal of judges. So, lack of transparent, justified decision-making process, lack of internal controls to avoid escalation of the problem that will lead to dismissal of judges. So we have one discrepancy between the real and perceived corruption. For example, in last 10 years in North Macedonia, there were around 50 dismissal of judges. Only 2 were prosecuted for bribe. So this is, in my opinion, a kind of hypocrisy in the judiciary. External corruption risks are also very dangerous. Ambiguous legal norms covering the judiciary. No one takes care about the corruption proofing of legislation in the laws covering the judiciary. Political pressure for re-examining politically sensitive final cases by parliamentary commissions. Amnesty, pardon, we know that our ex-president of the state pardoned around 22 accused, then he revoked this decision and the criminal procedure continued, but now the accused persons initiated procedures in front of the European Court of Human Rights. So we will see. Public statements by politicians and chief prosecutors are also very dangerous. Waiving the immunity of the members of the parliament, judges, prosecutors, which result in the impossibility for initiating or continuing the criminal procedure. And the external corruption risk is, of course, the decision of our Commission for Prevention of Discrimination in the case against the ex-prime minister, and they determined the direct discrimination based on his personal and social status as president of the political party. And then, thus, he was denied the right to a fair trial. So it's a classical external corruption risk. RAI, our organization, participates in the new security matter organized by RCC. So, unfortunately, according to the survey, judiciary is among the 3 most corrupted sectors. Also, the problem is lack of strong and safe corruption reporting systems in the region. And why? The reason for me is interesting because nothing would come out of reporting corruption. That's disappointing. Only a quarter of course, also we entered in gender forms of corruption. With the questions, unfortunately, very few of the population have knowledge about what does it mean. So the judiciary is passive. Public opinion about the judiciary based on perception and experience-based surveys, no proactivity among the leaders in the judiciary, dependency of the project and donors, focus on suppression and not on prevention, lack of skills for monitoring, measuring the impact assessment, existence of some sort of obligations for reporting gifts, accessory activities, but underdeveloped monitoring and reporting. So we need to work on building integrated sectoral anti-corruption and integrity policies targeted in the judiciary with efficient controls, integrity plans, effective case management system, implementation of the certification for the ISO 37001 standard, so regular internal controls, audits, targeted trainings, and proper communication policies. How can we introduce whistleblowing policies in the judiciary? It's also very questionable in line with the newest European Union directive on whistleblowing. Maybe we could raise a debate here. And what's the point of having these trial monitoring mechanisms? Did we learn some lessons? What are the results? I'm also not very certain. About the engagement of the civil society, because now we have civil society here, mostly civil society organizations were engaged in criminal justice reforms, high-profile and media-attractive cases. There is lack of interest in the field of prevention, integrity, other court cases. There's no clear methodology. What about the commercial cases? A lot of money are there in these commercial cases. So debates has been focused mainly on surveys based on perceptions, lack of surveys on checks and balances in the new criminal procedure, plea bargaining, the role of experts, lack of call for action of judicial leaders, lack of analysis of possible corruption in the use of foreign assistance. It's also very important. And the last slide. In my opinion, civil society organizations should play a more significant role, improve regular dialogue, and develop a culture of providing and receiving feedback in both directions. So building honest relations and open, because judges are not that open to the media due to the character of their work. So set forth a generalized methodology to evaluate the performance of the reforms, financial and political support, communicate the presentation of findings and indicators in a more visual and friendly fashion. For example, you can present your reports at the sessions of the Supreme Court, Judicial Council, just to communicate directly to the judges. Also, regional research will be advisable. We will be prepared to work with Seldi, with, of course, with civil society organizations to work in the assessing the judiciary reforms and their impact assessment. And what is most important, to prioritize the actions, not all together. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Aneta. Thank you.
Forgive me.
And
you didn't make faces.
No, because
okay.
it was 10 minutes, as we agreed.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh.
Thank you.
Thanks,
So Tobias, it's always when it comes to international community, EU, Council of Europe, it's always about reports and some things within those reports that have to be fulfilled in order to make some progress. But a lot of things usually are kind of checked, but they don't bring actual change in practice. How do we make sure that progress, that citizens feel the progress, that progress is really happening, and in the international community, when it says that Serbia made some progress in judicial reforms or rule of law, that international community is pretty certain that that progress is also something that citizens can feel, and that actually it's a real progress.
Well, I think it comes back to also what Aneta said about the culture and political culture. I think we need to really come back to the fundamental question, and we have now some evidence that my colleagues shared with me from the various consultations that were taking place here in Serbia, how, for instance, judges and prosecutors perceive their role themselves. And I must say that is not always very encouraging, because they do understand themselves not as part of a legal community advancing the rule of law, democracy, and the rule of law, but they do sometimes perceive themselves as part of power. So they would like to derive power from other elements of the political system, and they would like to somehow exercise power rather than being at the service of justice. And that goes basically to the basic question in these kind of political systems: is the justice sector a service or a tool? And it is actually a service to the citizen and a tool of the citizens, but often it has been interpreted more like a tool of power and the service to those in power. And there we are looking at deep transitional discussions, etc. That is even more pronounced, and I'm sure you know it, Aneta, from the public prosecution, which is very important, of course, for corruption fighting. And that discussion is very complex all over Europe, but in this area here particularly important, and I think that much more has to be done in thinking about globally in the society what all of this means. When we come to this element, we should also not be naive when it comes, for instance, in Serbia to when actually changes will come into force. Now we have a huge body of judicial personnel in Serbia. Only the last parliament has elected some 400 or 500 judges, which means like only 18 months ago. Prosecutor General has been re-elected for another 6 years, etc. So I think we also see that changes that are being discussed now will not kick in before the second half of the decade. So we also come with the personnel, and you having been serving on various benches, you know that the personnel is not renewing itself very easily, and that's why, of course, some countries have gone through integrity checks and vetting, etc., because it is a way of, creating some dynamics in the personnel. There's, of course, no golden bullet, if you can use this metaphor, but we need to be quite clear that if you don't come into changes early, you will carry forward the system problems which exist. Now, reports. Yes, there is no other way. This is more than we had in the past, in the last century. There weren't such reports as Greco. And if Aneta said they were harsh, yes, they were harsh because they identified issues. And probably these reports were not entirely wrong. But they're also harsh to all kinds of countries. There's all kinds of issues. And for instance, if I look at an aspect of corruption in the lawmaking process, they're particularly harsh to the country I come from, Germany, where the lawmaking process is very intransparent, and Greco reports are repeating and repeating all over again that this needs to be changed. Now, when you are in an asymmetric relationship as the countries of the Western Balkans with the European Union, of course, reports have a different weight in that relationship because they may be used as part of some sort of negotiation about how a country should transform, and that can create then this tension of going through the report list and what happens, particularly when you look at Council of Europe reports. Because we are normally, and Aneta knows it from Greco, we normally try to describe risks and saying if you do this, your risk will be a bit less, or you may be on a good way. But the realization of what you want to achieve remains entirely in the responsibility of the people running the country that wants to reform its judiciary. So, and that's maybe a last element on, formality and procedures. All of this needs to be wanted. Everyone needs to want an independent judiciary. You need to want to have autonomous prosecutors. And you need to actually be able to formulate this wish in a society. I find it particularly disturbing that, for instance, in the area of the commercial courts, which still exist, for instance, here in Serbia, we haven't seen so much progress despite their importance for integrating in the European common market. And what you see is that if there is no, for instance, foreign business operators asking for better commercial courts, maybe they're not asking because they're not even here. So they just avoid a place. So this is kind of the dynamic as well, which needs to be looked at. And I think there is much more space with regard to exactly the fluidity of commercial operations, of getting, executable orders for payment, everything that relates to contract law, because all of these cases are actually arriving in Strasbourg, because people get not, put it simple, their bills are not paid and they can't just settle this quickly in court, which should be usually happening in a market economy. And that ends up in Strasbourg, which of course should not be the case, because they should not deal with unpaid electricity bills. To put it a bit, it's a caricature, it's a bit more serious cases usually, but still is more or less what it is. And then it's maybe the last element on Europeanization, because this is, I think, the underlying issue of your question, is I would personally, and that's entirely a personal opinion of mine, find it extremely helpful, and I would be curious to see what practitioners here say, if the countries of the Western Balkans would join the European Public Prosecutor's Office, so that we actually have a layer from the outside with executive powers, like we have in the member states of the European Union, integrating in the criminal justice chain in particular. Because I find it particularly difficult to explain nowadays to people that say, money that is spent from the European Union budget in Brno in Czech Republic is better controlled by the European Public Prosecutor than what is spent in Belgrade, although we know that there are problems in the justice system, or that it's better controlled in Copenhagen than in Kragujevac, or if you go for other examples, better in Sligo in Ireland than in Subotica. Because that will also have a negative effect if over time, in the next 3, 4, 5, 6 years, when EU money continues to be spent on, Corona recovery, etc., cases are coming forward which are problematic, and that will have a huge negative impact on the solidarity within Europe, which is already under big strain. And here maybe the European Public Prosecutor's Office could create at least some more commonality. Also because these cases are often transnational.
Just to add, because we work also in the Regional Anti-Corruption Initiative on strengthening capacities of the judiciary on asset recovery and financial investigations. And our next conference will be with the EIRE Center. Of course, it's in cooperation with the EIRE Center and funded by the UK, this project, and we will have the European Public Prosecutor at the upcoming event. It will be the first step in, of course, more involving European Public Prosecutor in the region and of course, strengthening capacities of the public prosecutors, because they are most important. They are initiating the procedure. They are detecting the evidence. Also, I don't think that we need to be very, I don't know, idealistic that we will, I don't know, achieve zero tolerance to corruption in the judiciary. At least I think the judiciary should develop these sectoral corruption risk assessment policies and to reduce the corruption risk at an acceptable level. That's realistic. We cannot say it's a science fiction that there will be zero tolerance. Also, we as RAI, we work with young judges and prosecutors with our summer school. It will be upgraded in platform, regional anti-corruption learning platform for young judges and prosecutors. It's very important. And also we work with youth from law faculties and secondary schools in promoting judicial integrity and whistleblowing protection. So it's very important to be open and honest with young people on how they can help in this anti-corruption battle. War.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I naravno uvijek postoje nekako dva nivoa, jedan jeste politički, drugi je profesionalni i dakle moraju stvari i u profesionalnoj zajednici da se na neki način regulišu. Međutim, ono što, kada govorimo o mehanizmima koje je Tobijas spominjao, nova metodologija proširenja, Jovana koja je došla prošle godine je nekako podrazumevala, to je pre 2 godine zapravo već, je podrazumevala da će upravo taj akcenat biti na reformi sudstva, na poglavlju 23, na osnovnim pravima, vladavini prava i da zapravo je to jedan mehanizam koji će Evropska unija imati mogućnost da koristi kada je reč o Srbiji i Crnoj Gori kao zemljama koje pregovaraju. Kakvi su efekti toga? Dakle, evo, imali smo mehanizam, da li je on uopšte dovoljno, da li je iskorišćen na bilo koji način, ne samo dovoljno?
Pa, ova prioritizacija poglavlja 23 i 24 nije ništa novo. Dakle, to što smo mi 2021. godine počeli da primenjujemo novu metodologiju, drastično nije promenilo ni način izveštavanja od strane države, niti je zapravo samo stanje na terenu suštinski izmenjeno. Mislim da je nova metodologija propustila taj moment da zapravo fokusira suštinu praćenja reformi, a ne sam proces. Ono što je dobra stvar proistekla sa primjenom nove metodologije jeste da je sa druge strane država počela da obraća pažnju na procedure i kako donošenja zakona, izmena ustava i slično, i naravno sprovođenje javnih rasprava, da ispoštuje ono što njeni sami zakoni govore. I sad, ono što za nas kao civilno društvo jeste bio napredak, to je ta komunikacija izvršne vlasti sa civilnim društvom, naravno u svim ovim reformama o kojima smo govorili u prethodnom delu. Sa druge strane, mi kroz izveštaje, na primjer, Evropske komisije, koje upravo bi trebalo sad da bude prilagođeno novoj metodologiji, vidimo da su sve pozitivne stvari koje su ocenjene bile upravo ti inkluzivni procesi. Dakle, mi suštinski vidimo da Evropska unija u ovom momentu hvali sve ono što smo smatrali kao normalno na samom početku, na samom otvaranju, na primjer, poglavlja 23, a to je organizovanje javnih konsultacija, pozivanje civilnog društva u radne grupe ili na sastanke sa radnim grupama.
Je li to dovoljno? Dakle, dovoljno da neko sedne sa vama da razgovara, ali vas ne čuje ukoliko...
Tako je, dakle, komunikacija jeste jako važna. Dakle, vi dok ne sednete sa nekim za sto, vi ne možete ni da predstavite svoje planove, tako da to jeste neki pozitivan korak u posljednje 2 godine koji se vidi. Sa druge strane, tek u tekstu onoga što je produkt te rasprave se vidi koliko je zapravo uvažen stav civilnog društva. Mislim da se previše snage dalo kroz izveštaj Evropske unije samom procesu, a da, na primjer, ako samo pogledamo ustavne promene, čak i nešto što je sama Evropska unija postavila kao prelazno merilo, u samim ustavnim promenama nije prihvaćeno, što je, na primjer, bio sastav tužilačkog saveta. To je sad tako kako je, mi ćemo pokušati na različite načine da unapredimo samo tužilaštvo, ali hoću da kažem, dok se ne vide razumem da za promene svakako trebaju godine i ono što je i Tobijas rekao jeste da ćemo mi tek u narednih 5 godina možda moći da osetimo posledice ovih promena, ali za sada zaista treba raditi na tome da i Evropska unija nekako više radi sa samim nosiocima pravosudnih funkcija i javno-tužilačke funkcije posebno, uzimajući u obzir da se hijerarhija na neki način u tužilaštvu sad promenila sa ovim novim zakonima i da nosilac javno-tužilačke vlasti neće biti samo republički javni tužilac sa kojim nemamo baš najbolje iskustva u Srbiji, nego svaki javni tužilac u Republici Srbiji.
Hvala Jovana i evo, pošto svi nestrpljivo čekaju kafu, nemamo još mnogo vremena, Biljana, vama ću dati priliku da zapravo nekako zaključite ovaj panel. Govorili smo dosta o političkoj kulturi, govorili smo i o političkoj volji. Dakle, ako političku volju nekako svrstamo da je to nešto na šta civilni sektor i građani ne mogu direktno da utiču, već dolazi od onih koji nose vlast i koji legitimitet dobijaju na izborima od strane tih građana, politička kultura je nešto na čemu svakako nevladine organizacije dosta mogu da rade. Međutim, koji je to prvi korak koji treba načiniti u društvima, govorimo o čitavom Zapadnom Balkanu, gde kažu podaci da između 55 i 94% građana smatra da su ljudi koji su zaposleni u pravosudnom sistemu zapravo da postoji neki vid korupcije, odnosno da podležu korupciji. Dakle, koji je to korak koji se pravi kada, evo, skoro 95% ljudi smatra da su oni koji donose presude predmet korupcije?
U Crnoj Gori to nije samo u pravosuđu. Mi imamo po posljednjem istraživanju rađenom u okviru Seldi mreže podatak da više od pola građana smatra da je svaki javni službenik korumpiran. Tako da to je izuzetno poražavajuće. To zaista, koliko god mi želeli da stavimo po strani ovaj politički uticaj, mislim da to nije moguće. Jer evo, mi imamo sada jednu situaciju vrlo spornu u našoj zemlji. Mi imamo potpunu blokadu pravosudnih institucija i svih institucija koja upravo dolazi iz parlamenta. Znači, ukoliko je neophodan konsenzus i uspostavljanje političkog dijaloga za izbor nosilaca pravosudnih funkcija, sve polazi iz parlamenta. Tako da, ja mislim da ta percepcija građana nije uvek jednaka i stanju korupcije, naravno. Ona može biti, da kažem, veća i to je možda neki subjektivni osjećaj jednog pojedinca koji živi u sistemu koji je više decenija prosto gde on ne vidi izlaz. Ali definitivno da rad na toj nekoj, da kažem, političkoj pismenosti građana po pitanju pozivanja na odgovornost određenih nosilaca, samom razumevanju šta znači izabrati političkog predstavnika, nekako to bi neophodno bilo i nekako u civilnom sektoru u Crnoj Gori mi se dosta trudimo da radimo na tome. Sa druge strane, mislim da ukoliko se nekada javi volja da se odlučno suprotstavimo i da reformišemo pravosudni sistem, mislim da bi primeri izbora kvalitetnih ljudi po nekom merit-based principu koji ulaze u pravosuđe bili važni. Evo, ja ću za kraj dati jedan podatak koji je, mi smo recimo 2016. godine imali, da kažem, jedan uspeh formiranja specijalnog državnog tužilaštva. I onako sa puno entuzijazma smo krenuli u jedan program jačanja kapaciteta ovih tužilaca u finansijskim istragama i istragama pranja novca. To je, kad posmatrate, onako imalo jednu obećavajuću notu, međutim, prvi naš susret sa tim ljudima je u stvari nama dokazao da je kreiranje te institucije u samom startu, personalna rešenja ljudi koji su specijalni tužioci su upravo takva da obesmisle kompletan sistem. Dakle, bez onog pojedinca, i to je upravo ovo o čemu je gospođa Aneta pričala, mi ukoliko nemamo pojedince bez integriteta ne možemo napraviti pomak. Ako mi u specijalnom tužilaštvu imamo čoveka koji je imao brakorazvodne parnice, bivši sudija koji je imao predmet međa, on nikada ne može odlučno da se suprotstavi korupciji na visokom nivou. I samim tim mi do dan danas nemamo nikakve rezultate u ovom pitanju. Danas se dešava reforma, idemo dalje, ali ja mislim da je u pojedincu rešenje i u izboru ljudi zaista s integritetom koji bi ohrabrili one koji imaju to u sebi i obeshrabrili one druge koji žele da nastave sa ovim koruptivnim praksama.
A verovatno nekako obeshrabrenje uvek dolazi nakon konkretnog primjera da je neko odgovarao za to što je bio deo neke koruptivne radnje. Spomenuli ste, i Aneta čini mi se da je spomenula, da zapravo građani ne veruju da će ikada išta što prijave, a ima veze sa korupcijom, biti rešeno i nažalost, pošto nema više vremena, nismo stigli da razgovaramo o slučajima visoke korupcije, što je takođe važno i to je ono što građani država Zapadnog Balkana jako retko viđaju i upravo je to možda razlog zbog čega imamo ovakve podatke i zapravo obeshrabrenje građana da će uopšte doći do nekog pomaka kada je reč o borbi protiv korupcije. Hvala svima mnogo što ste bili danas ovde deo ovog panela i na savetima i na neki način predstavljanju sveobuhvatnog stanja. Hvala i vama što ste bili strpljivi i uživajte u zasluženoj kafi.
Please, just 5 minutes for coffee and then we will continue.
Today should get in, should take a seat. It's been a long day. Thanks for being with us here at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Me and my guests will discuss the state of democracy and media capture in the Western Balkans, and we have 3/4 of an hour for that. Somebody would say it's impossible. Looking at my guests, I think it's just challenging. So I will introduce them as I give them the floor so that we can be as efficient as possible. And I would like to start with Professor Florian Bieber, who is the director of the Center for Southeast European Studies in Graz and also the coordinator of the Balkans in Europe Policy Advisory Group. And Florian, you are researching a lot on democracy and on authoritarianism. You've written a lot in this context about the Western Balkans. You've been one of the first ones to actually warn about the rise of authoritarianism in the Western Balkans. And you have this somehow more objective view from outside on the region. So I would like to ask you, how do you assess the situation now? Where are we? And how come that EU integration stages and state of democracy don't really mirror itself or each other?
Thanks, Alexandra, for the introduction and also for the optimistic assessment about us being able to discuss this topic, which after your question, I doubt more seriously now. But okay, I'll try to give a brief answer to that. I mean, the decline of democracy was observed and can be observed and has been observed not just by myself, but many other scholars, but also indices for over a decade now in Southeastern Europe. Now, it's of course not a one-way street, and there have been also opposite directions. I mean, if you look at the statistics over the last decade, we know how North Macedonia improved after the fall of the Gruevski regime. And again, these are improvements, not about talking about perfect democracy. We've had in 2020 a change of government in Montenegro with all the difficulties which it entails. But also in the long term, we see how Kosovo has improved in terms of its democracy rating in the last 10 years. So it's not a one-way street. And I think we have to be careful that when we see the crisis of democracy globally as well as in Southeastern Europe, that it's not only decline. In the 90s and 2000s, the story was it's going to all get better and everybody's going to become more democratic. And today, we're in the opposite kind of risk of just seeing how everything gets worse and how populists, nationalists, and autocrats take power. And of course, considering the election results in Italy just yesterday, we can say that this trend is not broken, but it's not a one-way street. So what I would say, one thing is clear, that this trend is irrespective of EU enlargement in the EU itself. First of all, we know that it can happen in the EU with Hungary, with Poland, potentially with Italy now. So this is nothing which, or Austria for that matter, for a brief period when we had a government with the far right who also in public or later on revealed statements indicated their respect for the rule of law, quote unquote, very openly. So we know it can happen in the European Union, and we've seen in countries like Serbia, Montenegro, and others that it can happen in countries who are aspiring to join. And this is, of course, we can criticize it, but it's, of course, the obvious failure of the EU to have both the technical tools to deal with it, not having a democratic acquis, and not having the tools to look at the substance of democracy rather than just the formal institutions of democracy. And I think many of the things we've heard in the previous panel also point to that. It's not just about having independent judges, but it's about having them operate in a genuine independent environment, which means you're not going to get a phone call by a prime minister, by a minister, or somebody else from government, which is not a matter of law, it's a matter of practice. It's the informality of, and what is destroying democracy is the informality, not the formal rules. Formally, all of the countries are democratic. And the EU can look at all of them and say they're democratic, but the problem is the informality. And this is the nature of these regimes, is exactly that. And then we have that the EU itself, its institutions, are captured to some degree by autocrats. I mean, Hungary is not a democracy. It's, I think, well documented. And Hungary has a stake in EU decision-making, whether it's in the Commission or elsewhere. And that means that it can also undermine the European Union as such. So the EU is not the guarantee of democracy at the moment, neither in Southeastern Europe nor amongst its own members. It should be, it could be again, but it doesn't have the tools to deal really effectively with it. So I think this is where we stand at the moment. And we have to also, I think, be very clear to distinguish between the autocrats who are in power in some countries and the structural problems which enable them. And we see very well, I think, in a place like North Macedonia, but also in Montenegro, that you might disempower the autocrats, but the structures still remain in place. And as long as they remain in place, you might not have the same kind of autocrat, but you have the enabling environment, which even Democrats might use. And I think we have to also realize that to change this dynamic, we need the double change, the change of the autocrats who for all their rhetoric, are not committed to democracy and will not become committed to democracy. It's not something which you kind of wake up in the morning and you say, oh, I've changed my mind, I'm all of a sudden now a good Democrat. Orban is not going to become one, and neither is the president of this country going to become one overnight. But the problem is, even if they are not in charge, the structures remain, and the damage is done the longer they are in power, and that is something which takes a lot longer, which preceded their rule, and which will also remain in place. And of course, this is one of those bigger, more structural problems which I think the countries of the region will face, no matter how the kind of immediate power structures will be based. And I'll end at that.
I have just a brief follow-up question, basically, because that's where we've been after the breakup wars. We came from non-democratic regimes with a lot of hope that the EU enlargement process or EU accession process will bring democracy. And then, as you said, the guarantee of democracy is no longer the EU. So were our hopes here in the region that we're all on that process wrong, or have the circumstances changed?
I think the circumstances have changed. I mean, it was a lucky coincidence that democratization and EU integration worked hand in hand in Central European enlargement. So it created the illusion that these are processes which are mutually reinforcing. I mean, they can mutually reinforce each other, but there's no guarantee that they will. And I think maybe too much hope was laid in that fruitful sort of interlinkage, to realize that, you need the domestic structures. And I think the domestic structures have not been fully functional. We did not have in many of the countries a full commitment of the leading political parties to the rules of democracy. And now, of course, with an international environment where you can always say, well, how do you criticize us if you have Orban or Poland or Italy or others? You kind of have the general undermining of the basic principles. And I mean, and the principles include the idea that political opponents are not enemies, but that they are legitimate representatives of the population. And this understanding of a democracy is undermined in established democracies as well, in the United States. And so this is a fundamental problem, because if that is the understanding, you can't have a functional democracy. And a consolidated, established democracy can survive this crisis potentially, but a weak democracy cannot. So I would say the circumstances have changed, and this is why we see this result particularly pronounced in the region.
Thank you very much. We come now to Ms. Jasna Illicit. She's head of the Western Balkans Task Force at the European External Action Service. I think Florian gave quite a good basis looking on the EU and what has changed there. Disinformation as a big threat to democracy within the EU, and obviously even more outside and in weaker democracies. How do you assess that? Where do you see main challenges, and what are you concretely doing against it?
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Alexandra. Hello, everyone. I was really taking notes the whole morning and trying to add to the debate that was done, just to say that I'm glad to see that the issue of information manipulation and foreign interference is added and is closely discussed with the issue of corruption, because what we see when it comes to information manipulation is heavily financed. So as a first headline, I would say that corrupt people, corrupt media, and in that way corrupt public discourse. And now I will try to unpack all of that. There is, I think, misconception lately when fight against disinformation and foreign interference became a sort of a new fight against terrorism, which was the previous thing that the democratic world was fighting. And I want to say that information manipulation and foreign interference has always existed. It's not something new that became evident when we got big platforms. I will not name them. You know which ones we have in mind. I think it has always existed, but what technology allowed information manipulation interference at an industrial scale. And this is something that everybody, democratic and free world, is struggling. And the EU, I remember the moment, you know, people were aware of this, but this was not a primary thing for the EU. And the first systemic efforts started in 2015, and that is after annexation of Crimea, where people realized that something is happening at a systematic and systemic level in manipulating public discourse within the EU, but also in other parts of the world. That this is a global operation, and that is adjusted to the local circumstances. For the sake of time, I will not go into all of the details of it, but obviously, information manipulation and foreign interference is targeting the EU. It is targeting the free and democratic world with the aim of to discredit it. And the EU, I mentioned, you know, the activities since 2015, and we had the first ever EU action plan against disinformation that really introduced the first tools to mobilize all EU institutions, and including also member states. And all of that started really at the request of the EU member states, who started fearing that the democracy in the EU member states will be undermined, that the integrity of the elections will be undermined. They saw the elections in other parts of the world and referendums in other parts of the world, and then this was giving a more and more boost for us in the European External Action Service and more demand to continue. So after that, European Democracy Action Plan, which was precisely happening before the European elections, aiming to prevent erosion and interference in the elections there. And after that, you know, the code of practice, trying to get into the dialogue with the big platforms, to take the responsibility for it, to affect their business model, which actually relies on spreading disinformation and polarizing people. But the code of practice was a self-regulatory thing. It was the dialogue with the big companies who agreed to work with the Commission, and we realized this is really not enough. And after that, as the threat was evolving, there is this Digital Service Act, and the latest thing is that the EU is trying to do systematically is the European Media Freedom Act. And this is the latest proposal. Let me just kind of briefly share. Journalists and media associations across the EU love it. Publishers and the media owners do not like what the Commission proposes, because the exact idea of the Media Freedom Act is to create a buffer between the owners and the newsrooms, which is something that is absolutely essential for what we are discussing, that you cannot invest and buy editorial policies and corrupt public discourse within the EU. And just for the sake of time and with the risk of not mentioning everything, this is really important, and I think this is an area where the EU can act, because media business is not just yet another business, but at the same time, the Commission, media is a part of the common market and the common business space, so there is a room to do something about it. There is this idea to propose a new European board for media services to replace ERGA, which is the Association of European Communication Regulatory Bodies. And the part that I like about it is that this new proposed body will provide a stronger connection of the European regulators with the Commission and free them from the grip of the national governments. And I think that can improve the situation when it comes to creating more room for professional journalism, which is key for fighting information manipulation. But this is, again, just one of the things. What we see with information manipulation is a kind of a consequence. The root cause and hybrid influence tracing is something else. And I think what the new proposals also assume is way more transparency in media ownership And I think this is also something coming up of how it reflects to the Western Balkans that we should seek to see in the Western Balkans as well. Because whatever the EU is trying to do to help member states protect their democracies and integrity of the elections, it also offers to the future member states. And this is something that would create the playing field for all of this. And it just to understand this, all of this, if I have time just to wrap up, because this might sound, because I wanted to lay out all the things that the EU did in terms of the regulations, but the real struggle is behind this. Every major EU policy is currently attacked by information operation within the EU and globally. For example, you have the electoral campaigns based on accusing the EU of having, the grand ethnic replacement theory, that the EU is supporting refugees in order to replace the population in the EU. And you can see that in our observations that are global, that this is something where the EU is accused. The green agenda, for example, I mean, the most recent narratives that you see, some of you might laugh, but we see that the agenda is pushed that, in Australia, the schools will start feeding children insects because the EU is imposing these rules on production of beef. So take your children out of schools in Europe, because this is also coming to Europe. And you will be surprised how many people fight these narratives. The fierce attacks against Generation Greta, for example, that are promoting environmental regulations that the EU is putting in place. And interplaying the Western Balkans, all of this has a place, because let's not forget, and all our research indicates, that this is spread everywhere. But the percentage of people who believe these conspiracy theories are highest in the Western Balkans of everywhere on the European continent. And this is something why having these events and in discussing this and trying to explain to the people what is happening is so important. And it's very, all of this is happening when, we see, for example, the national authorities in Serbia tell us that 11,000 people die from premature death in Serbia per year from air polluted related things. So the info operations make you not realize what is killing you. And it's and this is happening with all other topics. The safety of the vaccines. You cannot even see now. When I landed, similar to Tena, I was exposed to the discussion about, I don't really know whether the vaccines are safe. Currently, information operations against the safety of the vaccines is still ongoing. And yesterday, when I landed, Serbia had 2,195 COVID cases, 451 hospitalized people out of 27 on ventilators, and 9 deaths. But this is not in the media anymore, and this is still something that is important, but there is information operation that is kind of making you, and this is how this information works. It does not necessarily make you believe into something, but make you start doubting everything and not really being sure whether to take the vaccines, whether the green agenda is there, or anything else. And this is what is really, and the new set of messages that is coming, and we can anticipate are going to increase, is shifting the blame for the cost of living that is rising, food shortages, price of energy and electricity, and so on. And we can expect that the Western Balkans, the info operation on shifting the blame, who is responsible for all of this, will continue. So awareness raising locally, resilience building of the people, because everywhere in the EU where we had some success depended on responsible governments who mobilized all government offices to do whatever they can and provide space for non-state actors to do what they can to build resilience. Actors who will aim to manipulate information environment are there, and they will continue to be there, and they will heavily invest in it, including illicit funding that we heard about in the previous panel, but building our resilience to it remains the key. I'll stop here. Thank you.
Thank you, Jasna. Yes, well, it's reassuring to see, and somehow, yeah, good to see that there are countries where states take this serious and where institutions deal with that. You mentioned COVID data. Well, we have proof that in this country and the data you have just quoted, the state itself is manipulating the data. And this is where I turn to you, Goran Georgiev. He's analyst from the Center for the Study of Democracy in Sofia. I would like to turn the disinformation eye on the Western Balkans, where we have official bodies contributing to disinformation, where a recent BIEPAC opinion poll has shown that 75% of the population believes in at least one conspiracy theory, which is a substantial number. So how do you see that from the Western Balkans perspective, being out of all these mechanisms and tools that are being set up within the EU?
Thank you for the introduction. As regards to the Western Balkans and why we are at this position where people are so susceptible to disinformation claims and conspiratorial thinking in general, on the one hand, it's definitely not surprising. CSD has been monitoring mainstream outlets as well as pro-Kremlin outlets, and the same applies also to social media, mostly Facebook, because it's the main one, is the leading social media platform in our region. And as it turns out, when we were selecting mainstream outlets, and really the only criteria for selecting the mainstream outlets was the traffic metric, so they had to be as popular as they could be. So we would just use tools such as SimilarWeb to look at the data, look at the web traffic metrics and take out the top 5 or the top 10 most popular news outlets. And the only condition we had in terms of editorial policy or content is that they had to be actual news websites, so not focused on, let's say, lifestyle or sports. And as it turns out, you don't need to look for pro-Kremlin messaging in the mainstream space. You don't need to. You just take the 5 most visited mainstream websites, and as it turns out, in 5 out of the 8 countries that we're talking about, I'm talking about the 7 Western Balkan countries plus Bulgaria, in 5 out of 8, it turns out that 1 or more of the top 5 most visited news websites were identified by local experts, by the country correspondent that we work with, as systematic sources of pro-Kremlin messaging. And so the conclusion is naturally that pro-Kremlin, the Kremlin's information influence really has penetrated in the mainstream spaces of most of the countries in the region. And this is huge because this more than likely reflects the fact that pro-Kremlin messaging is basically part of everyday public discourse, meaning that this affects everyone. Any citizen really, but also it can be a prosecutor, it can be someone who works at the media regulator, it can be members of parliament or the people in the highest levels of government. We tend to refer to this as cognitive capture. It's one of the 4 forms of media capture, and what it really means is that the hearts and minds of people have been captured. There's this really strong social aspect, and as time goes on, meaning that as disinformation is left unchecked and its spread and proliferation is left unchecked for years on end, it not only does it become a natural part of public discourse, it creates a demand. So it's not just the supply, it creates a natural demand among people, among the population. That is, people in a collective sense start adopting a cynical and conspiratorial worldview, which makes them even more susceptible to disinformation. And so we arrive at this point where countering it is also very difficult, because the knee-jerk political reaction is usually to increase the direct deterrence measures, which basically means you attack purely the supply side. You want to increase penalties or institute penalties if there are none, maybe criminalize certain aspects, but basically increasing the penalties or the jail time, let's say. But that's like putting a Band-Aid, we were talking about this, putting a Band-Aid on the core issue and not actually tackling the core issue, which is that unfortunately, and in our region especially, there is a natural demand for this sort of messaging, and it is a question of collective mentality that has been impacted. And these social issues, they tend to be very much underrated. But to put it this way, to effectively fix the issue, you have to look at the social aspects. And to put it simply, if you're distrustful in general, if you do not trust media, you do not trust democratic institutions, then it doesn't matter how much evidence I give you, how much debunking, how many fact checks, because you will rationalize your way out of any of it. I'll show you a picture with some evidence, let's say, and you just say it's photoshopped, it's false. Doesn't matter what I tell you. But then on the flip side, if you trust, you have your, let's say, a list of media that you trust democratic institutions, you trust certain politicians, then it doesn't really matter. I can start conducting influence operations. You are much more resilient. Chances are that you will check up on that information, or you won't trust it because you have the necessary level of media literacy or information literacy. And so then it doesn't really matter how much disinformation I throw at you. You're not going to buy it, or at the very least the barrier for buying it has gone way up. So I guess the main point I'm trying to make is that we need to establish comprehensive and systemic frameworks for fighting disinformation, those same systems that we have put in place for other forms of non-compliance. And that's how we should look at disinformation. And that's how we can start applying and borrowing concepts and theories from other fields, let's say criminology, but also big data, fighting corruption. We can start talking about the supply side and the demand side of this information, which is often underrated, unfortunately. And I'll stop here. So.
The weather acoustic goes very well with what you just talked about. So, well, listening to you, it seems like there is no hope. Because what you just pictured, that it's a circle that creates its own demand, then we all have to be aware that it will be very challenging, and especially in our surrounding here. And this brings me last but not least to Nikola Burazer. He's program director at the Center for Contemporary Politics, living and working in, well, unfortunately, one of those countries Professor Bieber did not list under good examples. You also work as a journalist in media spheres, so I think you can tell us both from a research perspective, but also from living what we just heard on a daily basis. How do you assess? Is there hope after everything what Goran just said and the circle of demand that creates itself?
Well, thank you, Alexandra, for the question, but I must say I'm not the right person to provide some optimist answers, quite the contrary. And I have this very ungrateful situation to be able to comment on everything that has been said so far on the panel, and several important topics have been raised. I would certainly say that the country where we find ourselves in right now, Serbia, is maybe the best example, both when we're talking about democratic decline and we're talking about let's say, lack of media freedom, and also the problem of disinformation. I believe we're champions in all three categories by most accounts, and this is something which is definitely disturbing and definitely making the whole picture of the region much bleaker than it otherwise could have been. Talking about media freedom and disinformation, I would like to begin with this issue. We keep talking about media freedom as a concept, and I have always believed that the whole term media freedom kind of completely hides what is the true problem with the Serbian media. It is not the lack of freedom. It is the total control of the media and the media market by the state, by the ruling elites, and this is the phenomenon known as media capture. I believe Serbia is a prime example of media capture, not only in the Western Balkans, I would say beyond. And we here have a really good example of how a government, or let's say one center of power, basically controls almost the entire media scene and practically all or almost all mainstream media, so those who have actually wide readership and that are available to all citizens. And this is done in several ways. We have a problem of financing. Who finances the media? Where does the money come from? Who does the money go to? We have a very strong influence of the state, and the state rewards loyal media. We have pro-government media who get state funds either directly or indirectly through different mechanisms, including really large amounts of money basically channeled through the state-owned company Telekom Serbia. So the state is, even though it should not be the owner of any media, is de facto the owner and financer and provider of funds for others, individuals close to the government, to finance and to even launch their own media. On the other hand, of course, we have the issue of ownership. So most media who actually have wide distribution and who have national frequencies, meaning that they can be seen by all basically citizens of Serbia, are owned by people who are close to the government. But then we come to the final thing, which is maybe the most important thing and maybe the cause of everything, and this is the lack of independence of regulatory bodies who are actually supposed to prevent this from happening. We have just seen here only a couple of months ago that the regulatory body for electronic media has decided to grant all 4 national frequencies to the same 4 television stations which had this right in previous years. That would not have been such a controversy hadn't we known that basically, first of all of these stations are strongly pro-government. Like all analysis show, they're strongly biased in favor of the government. Some of them are highly unprofessional. Their reporting is bordering blatant propaganda and so forth. That's one problem. Second problem is we know from the REM's internal documents, actually not internal, but the documents that the REM's internal research has published, that basically these media are breaking the very rules by which they were previously given the licenses. So by all logic, they should not be given the same license again. So when you see this thing happening, it shows you that we have definitely captured regulatory bodies. So therefore, the state and the political influence over the media is so strong that basically there is not enough space for free media to exist on the market, to survive. That is the biggest problem, not a lack of freedom. There are, of course, problems with attacks on journalists, etc., but this is a lesser problem than the problem of the state or the government, or if we're going to put it bluntly, one center of power, basically controlling a majority of media space in the country. Now, of course, media freedom and democracy are intertwined. There can be no democracy without media freedom, just as there can be no media freedom without democracy. I think the two are completely intertwined and probably are both, let's say, brought by the same factors in society, which are obviously absent in Serbia, and therefore this media capture is a big problem on the one hand for democracy in the country, but on the other hand it is a big problem for disinformation. Now, when we talk about disinformation, we usually focus in this discourse on foreign influence, especially Russian influence, on the media, narratives that are promoted by the Kremlin, etc., etc. This definitely exists in Serbia as well. But in Serbia, we have a problem where pro-government media, so media who we know are close to the government, which I have previously mentioned today, are those who are responsible for the largest amount of Russian propaganda in the last several years. You have newspapers who were publishing Vladimir Putin on hundreds of front pages over the past several years, even giving out calendars with his image. We have seen campaigns against the European Union 2 years ago as an echo what the government officials have said at the beginning of the pandemic, how about there's no solidarity in the EU, and then we have seen these media echoing that further, making even more emotional basically headlines such as that the EU would leave Serbs to die, how love from China breaks our hearts, this is so strong. So we have seen this campaign pushed for years. And now, basically, after the Russian invasion of Ukraine, we have just seen the consequences of something which has been brewing for years. We're seeing consequences of this disinformation and brainwashing for the last several years actually giving out results. And now if you leave this room, you go out in the street, you ask the people what do they think about the war in Ukraine and about the Russian fault, and you will probably hear something completely opposite from what you would hear from people in this room, because the majority of Serbian population is daily exposed on a daily basis to the propaganda coming from this pro-government media. And then, of course, to add to it, you can, of course, say that they are Russian and pro-Russian media who are also influential in the Serbian media space. They're also promoting let's say, pro-Russian narratives. But there is one, I would say, small difference, but important difference between them. This is something that our research has shown, that we have done even before the war in Ukraine. And this is that basically you have media who are pro-government and who are basically trying to portray the Serbian government as being on friendly terms with the Russian government, therefore promoting Russia in a way, but also promoting the Serbian government as somebody who is making this partnership possible. And on the other hand, you do have some clickbait, fringe, pro-Russian media who are actually against the government in their reporting, who are somehow trying to show how Russia is actually the true defender of Serbian national interests, whereas the Serbian government is traitorous. So you have this dynamic where in the end, as a result, you have that both of these media are praising Russia and competing against each other to basically show whether the Serbian government is traitorous or patriotic, is pro-Russian or anti-Russian. And as a consequence of all of this, we see this data that tells us basically how a vast majority of Serbian citizens are against sanctions on Russia, even if Serbian citizens themselves will be under some kind of sanctions. We see opposition to EU membership increasing pretty strongly, especially because of this kind of let's say, expectation that Serbia would join EU sanctions on Russia. And if I just can misuse a couple of more minutes to mention something about democracy, which I believe to be important, I think that definitely there is a problem that the EU doesn't have adequate instruments to tackle the issue of lack of democracy in the Western Balkans. I believe that's a fact. But I have to remind that EU accession is a political process. EU member states can actually use political pressure when they see fit. We see it happening right now when it comes to sanctions on Russia. We see EU officials being quite vocal about the need for Serbia to join sanctions on Russia on every possible opportunity. We have not seen this when talking about democracy and media freedom in recent years. Ursula von der Leyen came to Belgrade a year ago and she said that Serbia made tremendous progress. Mind you, she was coming to a country with no opposition in the parliament, in a country which was in a complete backslide when it comes to level of democracy and media freedom. So these messages coming from the EU, this lack of pressure, is something that is a fundamental problem. This is the reason why basically we do not see the Serbian government having this kind of a need to, let's say, tackle this issue for the sake of EU accession, because the citizens are actually convinced by listening to the messages of EU officials that the Serbian government is indeed doing reforms right, and there is no problem about this. So basically, the EU does have some responsibility in that regard, and especially since democracy is a fundamental issue for EU accession. There can be no EU accession without democracy, and this is not for some formal reasons, but because member states will not accept a country without a substantial level of democracy and media freedom, because they won't give this country opportunity to sit beside the table and make decisions. And then we have another layer of hypocrisy I have to mention, and this is that we have member states and their governments who are having an issue with European Union member states who are showing signs of lack of democracy and media capture. These same governments are providing a vocal support for the governments who are doing exactly the same and who are actually candidate countries for EU accession. So the EU does have responsibility and does have some informal but very powerful instruments it does not use, unfortunately.
Thank you, Nicola. Yes, you mentioned captured state, captured institution, captured regulatory bodies, captured media. We know that we have even parts of the European Commission captured, and we know that we have high-level EU officials actually actively contributing to disinformation. You just mentioned the visit of Commission President last year. So captured seems to be the word of the year or even of the decade. I would have so many follow-up questions, and I would like to, I planned to ask you to comment each other, but looking at the time, I will not. I would like to open the floor to you. If there are any questions, like in church, speak up now or be quiet forever. And then you can maybe, if you have to comment each other, put that in the answers, if there are any questions. I don't even see from the slide. Yes, over there, Tobias Flessenkämper. And over there, I don't see, but we have two questions. Let's take them both.
Maybe you first, because I was on the podium.
I was too, so you have to...
Okay. I saw the other person there. Okay, doesn't matter. Okay, thank you very much. Quickly, one thing is, like, I was just thinking about what you talked about, and it literally this old book came into mind. Neil Postman, We Are what's it called? Like we are amusing ourselves to death. This is from the 1980s, and actually so much of it is true because what we talked about with corruption, we talk about media, but also we can talk about history and so on. It's all part of a massive entertainment exercise as well. Because even, you know, the debunking industry is sort of entertainment, and we are part of it. I mean, we also find it entertainment, and I don't know how many of you are actually using your phone as, you know, surrogate television as well, including all the excitement which goes with all these political things. That's just a thought. But the other one is a question, really, how can we turn this around? How can we turn it around? Because what Nicola said is exactly the case. We are now observing how you can actually enter, or no, how countries are working, that a country that has huge deficits could almost enter the EU with the deficits, because there is a huge alliance of countries inside the EU who would like to lower the bar. And that means a huge effect as well for the internal functioning of the European Union and the member states of the Council of Europe, may they be in the Council, in the EU or not. So what are the lessons learned we can draw from the Balkans now in our work inside the, say, European Union and in other countries to move ahead in such a predicament? Is there anything we can learn and we can stop? I would agree with most of the analysis anyway that there should have been more stop signs earlier.
Challenging question. Let's take the other one, and then
that's what you're paid for.
And then you can decide which part you want to answer. Yeah, and we also I think we need to redefine the friends of enlargement debate, because it's actually these people Nicola described and Tobias you now refer to that are not friends of enlargement. These countries called today like that. Please.
Thank you. To return the favor of my colleague Goran, Ruslan Stefan of Center for Study of Democracy, and to ask Nicola's questions. So what can we do about it? Getting democracy to deliver and fighting back disinformation. Thank you.
Any more questions? Yes, over here. Could you?
Dobar dan. Ja sam Dragana Rakić. Jedna sam od retkih ovde u sali, mislim, koja je političarka. Ja sam zamjenica predsjednika Demokratske stranke i to je opoziciona stranka danas i članica sam parlamenta. Pre svega, hvala vam na ovoj temi, ovo je jako važna tema, žao mi je što ovde nema više mojih kolega političara. Ja nemam pitanje, imam samo jednu konstataciju, a pre svega bih htela Nikoli Burazeru da čestitam na odličnom izlaganju. Moji stavovi se u mnogome podudaraju sa Nikolinim stavovima, ali za razliku od njega, ja kao političarka moram da budem optimista. Tako da ću raditi na tome da se ove stvari promene u Srbiji. Moja konstatacija je sledeća, znači, ovo sve o čemu smo danas pričali će morati da sačekaju neku drugu vladu. Znači, ovaj režim Aleksandra Vučića i vlada koju mi već očekujemo punih 6 meseci da se formira, sigurno neće biti vlade koje će se baviti antikorupcijom, koje će se baviti slobodom medija, jačanjem institucija i svemu onome o čemu smo pričali danas. Jer ovaj režim upravo počiva na svemu ovome što je suprotno od ovoga danas. Znači, to je režim koji je duboko povezan sa kriminalom i on neće sam sebi da seče granu na kojoj sedi. Znači, nažalost, trenutno je situacija u Srbiji teška, ali ja verujem da se može promeniti u nekoj budućnosti sa nekim novim izborima koji u Srbiji budu na svakih godinu ili 2 dana. To je dobra stvar što imamo često izbore u Srbiji. Nažalost, teško je pobediti na izborima koji su apsolutno nepošteni i koji se ne sprovode u pravoj demokratskoj atmosferi, jer naši građani nemaju pravu informaciju. Znači, mi u Srbiji nemamo slobodne medije i građani ne mogu da formiraju svoju slobodnu političku volju. Oni ni ne znaju ko se danas sve u Srbiji bavi politikom i koju sve ponudu političku imaju na sceni. Ali opet kažem, verujem da možemo da promenimo i jako su nam važni i građani, jako nam je važan i civilni sektor i ovu priliku bih iskoristila da čestitam svim vama koji dolazite iz civilnog sektora, radite jedan jako važan posao. Nažalost, civilno društvo, odnosno civilne organizacije civilnog društva su nam van Beograda razorene. Srpska napredna stranka je napravila svoju mrežu lažnih organizacija civilnog društva, oni ispumpavaju novac iz budžeta, ne postoje više, znači oni pravi aktivisti građanske, one civilne organizacije, znači van Beograda su skroz ugušene, kao što su ugušeni i lokalni mediji. Neću više da dužim, hvala vam.
Thank you for your questions and the analysis. Optimism is, really lacking. You said we have time. Would you agree that we have time looking at the migration rates? But I will not take more questions looking at our time. Everything is about time. And I would like to start answer round, starting maybe with you, Nicola, and then going this way up.
Well, if I try to answer what should be done, I will sound like an optimist. Or even worse, it will sound very unrealistic. But, well, I have to try. Well, the first thing I think that needs to be done is the EU member states should agree among themselves, do they actually want enlargement or not? That's the first thing. Like, do we really want enlargement or we don't want enlargement? If they could agree about that, then everything would be much, much easier. Because
How realistic you see this agreement?
Sorry?
How realistic you see this agreement?
How realistic? Well, it seems more realistic this year than it used to be a couple of years before, but I'm still not totally convinced. But let's imagine that this is the case. The second thing is there are certain rules. There are certain levels that need to be reached for a country to be able to join the EU. Let's be clear about this. There are more important things, there are less important things. Let's give the country some kind of time frame, and let's be clear about whether they are fulfilling or not fulfilling the requirements. My impression is the member states and the EU as such are, let's say, they're frightened by external influences in the Western Balkans. They're frightened by if they're too harsh, they might actually lose the influence which they have at the moment, which is not insubstantial, and that they would push the governments away if they're too harsh. But my logic would be completely opposite. Push them hard. Give them clear rewards. If you do and this, you will actually get inside the European Union. And then we're going to be vocal about this. What? You have given 4 national frequencies to the same television stations, which is a clear evidence of media capture. There's a minus there. Let's be clear about this. And so forth and so forth. So this is very important. And then, of course, that would change the dynamic. That would give the governments clear incentives that why would they actually pursue EU accession, give them incentives to pursue it, and they would be afraid of not pursuing it because then they would be also under pressure from below to deliver to their own citizens. So I believe that is the fundamental importance, to be clear what is happening and not be afraid of whether things will go in this or that direction if the pressure is too high. But of course, it needs to be credible. We have seen with North Macedonia how this was not really credible. The country has changed its name, which was a very painful process, and hasn't been basically rewarded at all because they have lost more than 4 years, basically for different reasons, but definitely it is lack of coherence and lack of agreement among EU member states that they're actually serious about enlargement. And then if the EU and member states will deliver and they would actually provide a clear membership perspective, I believe we would see different dynamics. Because my impression is that we are seeing these dynamics because all the governments in the region are pretty aware that EU accession is not really so clear, and it's not, I would say, the perspective is not so clear as it has been for, let's say, Central European countries back in 2004.
Thank you. Jasna, directly, is the perspective really not so clear?
There are so many things that were mentioned. I want to honor the previous questions as well. I mean, I purposely didn't speak about debunking, but about resilience building and about understanding what is happening, at least for those who are willing to listen and have the opportunity to listen. So, and also from where I'm sitting in Brussels, I don't see a huge alliance for lowering the bar for accession. I think that the criteria for accession when it comes to fundamentals are stronger than ever. So speaking of debunking, I'm just debunking something that I heard. I don't see a huge alliance of countries that would be happy to lower the bar for accession. And also, I would not undermine what was recently said, not least by the President von der Leyen, that the EU, and if you look carefully, you will see that the EU already initiated some work in some member states, and that the work on EU dealing with autocracies is something that is already happening. Maybe it's too delicate at the moment, but I think that this is something that we should look carefully. Of course, it's difficult to be optimist knowing what we know now, but I find my optimism in a large number of people in the Western Balkans, huge percentages, who, despite all of this massive industrialized information manipulation that was going on for years, that are moving into the EU, being tired for the EU being built in their own countries. So that shows me that they clearly know how they want to live, and regardless of all information operations, they know that the quality of life is far better in the EU, that the labor laws in the EU are far better than by some other countries that are investing in the Western Balkans and so on, that they know that the human rights are better protected than anywhere else in the world. They somehow know that, and if given the opportunity, they vote with their feet and go. The problem is to focus on the process and find a way to build the EU here at home, and understanding the difficult circumstances. And they are not the same in the entire Western Balkans. There are different, and maybe things never stay the same. So what gives me hope, really, is that so many people in the Western Balkans know how they want to live. They want to live in democracy. And my second source of hope, understanding what is happening now, and I will finish with that. Somebody told me the other day that the new Iron Curtain is now, there is an attempt to build it somewhere in Donbass. Well, the Western Balkans is far, far to the west from Donbass. And that also is a source of my hope that this will go in the way that Western Balkans people want, and in the lifestyle and the way they want to live. I'll stop.
Goran?
I'll try to be brief. As regards best practices or successful experiences in our region in general, this is kind of a difficult question to answer, because naturally we tend to talk to representatives of countries that we at least consider to be at a more advanced stage of countering disinformation specifically, and then bringing those norms or practices back to Bulgaria. Although I guess one interesting example I would like to give, and this is something that I ran into while collecting data for the ongoing net-supported project that we're working on, and it's regard to Bosnia, is the only country that when we started tracking narratives on social media, it was the only country where while searching for these narratives, for disinfo narratives, the most interacted posts were actually by fact-checkers, debunking the narratives. This was the only country that we noticed out of all 8 that we studied, and for that we have to thank our colleagues from Seldi.net and Razkrivanje. Sorry for mispronouncing that.
Razkrinkavanje.
Yes. But it also just goes to show how difficult that is. To me, it seems that for them to reach that success, they were first able, it's not the social media presence, but they were able to establish an image of credible expertise, and then the rest sort of followed. But they would have to be the ones to say exactly why they think they've reached that point. And then really briefly, just generally in terms of how do we counter disinformation, and I think this is more or less the consensus among experts in the field, is that we need, well, first of all, we need to start establishing the institutional and legal frameworks in our countries. We are severely lacking them. We do not have legal definitions, institutional frameworks saying which agencies are supposed to do what. And along with that, we need the digital infrastructure for governments and researchers to track and monitor. Good examples from from other countries would be GEC in the US, the recent Swedish Psychological Defense Agency, that's very interesting, but there are also examples in Czechia, and these frameworks, they need to deploy deterrence and prevention measures in unison, not focusing on one, because it's very easy to block a website, like I was saying previously. That's the easiest thing. What's harder is building long-term resilience, so building long-term trust in institutions and media. So basically we need a whole society approach that integrates public-private partnerships, because the reality is we have a lot of private entities in our region who are involved in the fights, maybe indirectly, but we're talking about very quality media monitoring and audience analysis software companies that play a very important role. So we definitely need to integrate government, NGOs, and the private sector into a single comprehensive framework, which is very difficult. We're basically starting from nothing.
Don't overdo it with optimism, huh? Florian, last but not least, you have the final word for today.
The final word
yes.
or word of optimism. No, I don't know. I mean, the optimism is, I would certainly say that in the EU there is certainly no appetite for bringing in countries which are not democratic. And no matter how much some of the non-democrats in the EU might like to try that, I think I agree with Jasna, like, it's not going to happen. I mean, there's enough there, and it takes only one country to say no. I mean, so in the end, it's not going to happen. And I think that debunking that and making it very clear that there's no way you can be an autocrat and join the European Union, that no way you can be undermining the rules of the game, the basic principles, and join the European Union. And that's for the better of citizens, even if it takes longer to join, because you don't want to join under the current government, who is an autocratic government, let's say in Serbia or in other countries. That's not the way you're going to have a good membership in the European Union. That's not very optimistic, but it also means that the work in the end has to come from the countries themselves and from the societies within themselves. And I would very much agree. It's about building. It's not about. I mean, the narratives and also the foreign influence, all of that are symptoms of a problem. I mean, yes, they exist also in other countries, but they're not going to fall on fruitful ground if the structures are there to debunk them or to distrust them. If people trust, reliable media, if people trust political parties which are not lying to them, which are not trying to manipulate them. And I think in a certain way, the people who are manipulating with society have to, in a certain way, discredit themselves. I mean, in a certain way, in the eyes of the citizens. That the citizens have to see that they are fundamentally being manipulated, misled, and when that happens, then you can change the dynamic. But until this happens, that citizens see, wait a minute, we've been misled, we've been lied to, we've been cheated, basically, it's going to be very hard to change that. I mean, outsiders can provide information, can provide resources, can provide ideas, but at the end it has to be a societal process. And it's not impossible, but it's difficult. I mean, it's absolutely, I think we have to be clear about it. It's a long-term, difficult process. And the more a country has been in a certain way lied to by its government and manipulated through media in 1,000 different lies every day. I mean, this is the problem in Serbia. If you look at the newspapers every day, the lies are so outrageous that even if you distrust 95% of them, you still believe in crazy ideas as a result. I mean, because it's just so, and it's this kind of, and I think, of course, the bottom line is it just wants to have people not believe in anything. And then you come up with even worse conspiracy theories because you don't trust anything anymore. And I think this kind of complete atomization of society and distrust in everything is the purpose of these systems. And you have to rebuild it in small networks of social trust to kind of reconstruct that. And it's a gradual process, but I think it's one which will succeed at the end of the day. It's just a matter of how long it takes.
These are really nice final words, because there was optimism, and you have to know when Florian speaks about long processes and long breaths, he runs marathons, so he knows what he's speaking about. I would like to thank you for staying with us so late. It's not our fault, the others were late, so we started later. Thank you for being today here with us. Thank you for listening, and yeah, I think we got a lot of food for thought and even a bit of optimism, which looking at the name of this panel is indeed something I would like to thank you.